Would the meeting please come to order? This is the February 24th, 2026 regular meeting of the Irvine City Council. At this time, I'd like to note that the time is 5:42. I turn now to our city clerk, who will indicate how people can participate in this meeting, particularly those who wish to participate remotely. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mayor. Members of our audience who wish to speak may submit their name into one of the speaker kiosks next to the city clerk or in the main lobby. We also offer the ability to provide live comments via Zoom and submit written comments through our e-comment system. For those who wish to participate virtually, visit zoom.us using any web browser or the Zoom app on smartphones or tablets and enter meeting ID 160-043-4844. The passcode is 272906. You may also dial in by calling 669-254-5252 or 669-216-1590 and entering the same meeting ID and passcode. Those who wish to provide comments via Zoom are asked to enter the speaker queue by raising their hand electronically. The city clerk will call your name and allow you to unmute your microphone at the appropriate time. Those dialing in by telephone will be identified by the last 3 digits of their telephone number. We ask that you please state your name for the record. The time limits per speaker are noted in the posted agenda and are established based on the number of requests submitted. All requests submitted after the first speaker is called shall receive 90 seconds. Those who wish to provide written comments may do so by clicking e-comment on the City Council meeting agenda webpage at cityofirvine.org/ICTV. All comments will be provided to the City Council as part of the meeting record and will be uploaded to the city's website. For technical assistance with Zoom before or during the meeting, please call 949-724-6078. For any other questions or assistance, please contact the City Clerk's office at 949-724-6205 or via email at clerk@cityofirvine.org. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. And at this time, for the record, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Here.
Councilmember Go.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Here.
Councilmember Treseder.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Here.
And Mayor Agran.
Here. At this time, what I'd like to do is call upon our colleague, Councilmember Mike Carroll, to lead us in the pledge, but what I'd like to do is ask folks to please remain standing after the pledge, and I'll then announce our special guest for the invocation tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Please place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So please remain standing. Tonight's invocation will be coming to us in the form of a musical presentation. At this time, it's my pleasure to introduce and call forward Mia Grund. A native of nearby Laguna Hills, Mia is a junior at Concordia University right here in Irvine. She is studying both psychology and music in hopes of one day working as an equine therapist and or in worship ministry. That sounds like something we could all use, a little equine therapy, right? Thank you. Mia is here tonight to perform the national anthem, and I just want to welcome her and invite you to all welcome her with a nice round of applause.
Oh, say, can O'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
That was terrific. As I mentioned to you before, we sometimes try to choreograph a photo. So I'm going to suggest you stay where you are. We remain standing. The audience can get comfortable and take a seat. And we've got an official photographer here. There we go. Thank you, Mia, and all the best to you. Please, everyone be seated. Now we move on our agenda to item number 2, which is presentations. I'd like to turn to our city clerk to announce by title this particular presentation, item 2.1.
Thank you, Mayor. We have one presentation tonight on single-use plastics reduction survey results, and this was agendized at the request of Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. As our city staff comes forward and will introduce themselves in a moment, I'd like to invite those at home who are participating via Zoom who wish to speak to this issue to enter the queue electronically at this time and raise your hand at the time you wish to speak. With that, please introduce yourselves, and we look forward to your presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Agran, Vice Mayor Mai, and City Council. My name is Ryan Tenney, Sustainability Policy Strategist, and joining me is Jocelyn Fritz, our Sustainability Climate Analyst. As well, we have Sandrine Cassidy, our Senior Sustainability Consultant with Environmental Innovations. And this evening, we'll be presenting the results of the single-use plastics reduction.
I'm going to just interrupt you because I made a faux pas here. I want to, having introduced yourselves, I'd like to turn to Councilmember Treseder, who would place this matter on the agenda to further introduce it. Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate staff putting together this presentation. The reason that I asked for it is because a couple years ago, the council asked for a survey to be done to ask our local businesses how they might feel about changing single-use plastic policies. And we hired a consultant to do it. They came in and did it. Taxpayer money was spent on the consultant. I want to make sure that the residents get the benefit of that and hear what the survey said. And I also, if any of my colleagues wishes to respond, I'd love to hear what they have to say about it. I'm not anticipating making any sort of motion or having any sort of action after this, just the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Treseder. And Please introduce yourselves by name once more so everybody will know who you are, and you'll be famous throughout Irvine and the entire world, all right?
Thank you, Mayor Agran. Again, my name is Ryan Tenney, Sustainability Policy Strategist, and this evening joining me is Jocelyn Fritz, our Sustainability Climate Analyst, and in the audience we have Sandrine Cassidy, our Senior Sustainability Consultant with Environmental Innovations, and this evening we'll be presenting the results of the Single-Use Plastics Reduction Survey.
Thank you.
At the direction of City Council, staff conducted targeted outreach to the local food service industry to assess their readiness for potential policy actions that would reduce single-use plastic foodware. Environmental Innovations, Inc. surveyed 233 Irvine food service businesses between December of 2024 and April of 2025. Industry standard for survey collection aims for around a 10% survey response rate, and we were able to get 31% of brick and mortar food service businesses in Irvine to respond to the survey. There were targeted questions to examine readiness and willingness around reusables, single-use compostable or recyclable materials, bring your own items programs, and policy implementation at the city level. The survey was also designed to determine what businesses need to make the switch to help close that gap. Results indicate a majority of willingness to adapt to a targeted approach, particularly polystyrene, or is also referred to as styrofoam, prohibition, and plastic straw restrictions, while broader measures are more conditional. Successful implementation is most feasible with the phased compliance standards, procurement guidance, support measures to address costs and operational impacts. And for clarification, during the presentation, we'll refer to extended polystyrene as styrofoam as it's commonly known. The City Council previously considered broader restrictions on single-use plastics and received significant input from business stakeholders regarding potential costs and operational impacts. In response, the City Council directed staff to narrow the scope of potential plastics reduction measures to specific categories like styrofoam foodware and single-use plastic straws, and to conduct focused outreach to food service businesses to better understand their current practices, concerns, and readiness to transition to alternative products and or reusable systems. Staff had a major focus on widening outreach efforts and materials to get a diverse sweep of feedback from the community. Staff also began implementing some more sustainable practices internally within city facilities to be leaders in this movement, looking at reusability where possible and switching to compostable and recyclable materials if things needed to be single use. The survey was 34 questions, and Environmental Innovations conducted in-person, door-to-door engagement supported by multilingual materials and outreach through partner organizations, including our local chambers and cultural business organizations such as the Asian Business Chamber of Orange County to help assist with language and cultural barriers. The survey period, as I've mentioned before, was from December of 2024 through April of 2025. And we had around 233 completed responses. The survey was in 9 languages, and the survey captured a diverse cross-section of Irvine's food service sector and focused on current foodware usage, receptivity to targeted and broader policy measures, perceived operational constraints related to reusable foodware, and interest in assistance programs and implementation strategies. So some of our key findings were styrofoam prohibition shows the strongest readiness and highest support, and also has a low reported current styrofoam use. Plastic straw restrictions are more moderate readiness, but most respondents are supportive or open, with concerns focused though, however, on like performance, such as like paper and cardboard straws as cost alternatives. And broader single-use plastics and reusable strategies show interest, but are more conditional, best advanced through phased implementation and targeted assistance. Some of the findings, readiness by policy area. When it comes to styrofoam, we see a 56% support a ban, with 22% tentative and 8% current that are currently reporting styrofoam use. Regarding straws, there's a 42% support with 25% tentative support and 24% opposed. And when you look at broader single-use plastics, we've seen that 51% support of broader bans on foodware items with 10% conditional support. But also that was really interesting about the survey was that there was 80% of businesses did report using single-use plastic disposables. However, there was also reporting of a 46% already starting to phase in and use compostables. So we're starting to see businesses generically on their own start to transition to alternatives. And then you see when it comes to reusable foodware for dine-in, 43% report mechanized dishwashing capacity, while 41% of businesses rely entirely on disposables for dine-in. And then when you look at bring your own programs, such as there's about 18% essentially businesses offer that, with 9% would consider fees for that, but there is a hesitancy to do bring your own programs based on hygiene and other types of safety concerns. So some information of what businesses need to transition. The businesses mentioned that they want city support that would increase willingness to comply, such as financial assistance, free technical assistance, and a transition period, targeted exemption waivers as well if there was a potential policy for consideration. Also, the identified primary barriers were higher costs, product performance durability, as well as 30% reported unfamiliarity with various options. And as mentioned before, there's a hesitancy for bring your own programs because of the health guidance and sanitation. So overall, the survey results suggest that Irvine restaurants are most willing to adapt to a targeted policy that addresses a limited set of items where alternatives are widely available and operational. Disruption is expected to be manageable. The strongest readiness signal relates to a styrofoam prohibition, where support is high and reported current use is low. There is a readiness for plastic straw restrictions, where 2/3 of respondents are supportive or open to a ban, but a meaningful minority are opposed, and certain business types may face higher transition challenges. For broader single-use plastic restrictions, the data indicates interest and momentum, including existing partial adoption of compostables, but also confirms that a comprehensive ordinance would affect most businesses and would therefore require deliberate, phased implementation strategy with clear standards, compliance support, and measurable transition timelines. The survey also highlights that operational readiness for reusable foodware is uneven across the sector, as many businesses have the infrastructure to expand reusables, but a substantial share relies entirely on disposables for dine-in service. And finally, bring your own programs appear to have limited readiness at this time. So that brings an end to a presentation, and the team and I will be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Let me just turn to our city clerk this time first to ask, have any speakers entered the queue either in person or remotely?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 requests to speak, one in person, one via Zoom.
All right, let's put them on hold. We'll keep the queue open for the time being. And we'll turn to council members for any questions or comments that they might have. My screen here doesn't register anything, so what I'd like to do is just ask, do council members have any questions or comments to pose at this time? Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. I just have one question. What's the current cost differential between your traditional plastic, like utensils and other things, and compostable alternatives?
I think it really varies. It depends on the types of products that you would be procuring and the quantity amount. There is a lot currently, as we've done research, that are in this sector of more reusables being put into the market, also with SB 54, which is mandating the producers essentially generate compostable and recyclable material from the producer standpoint. There's a lot more than there was a few years ago that's out there. And we've seen that the cost comparisons can be equal. They potentially could be more, but I think it really depends on the types of products and the quantity. So I know that might not be an exact estimate. It just really depends on that business and their situation of when they're transitioning their products.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Treseder. Councilmember Liu.
First, thank you for doing this survey. My question, I guess, is are there more viable alternatives that are like not as costly that are readily available now than, and do you foresee that coming up anytime soon?
I believe so. We actually, here at the city, we actually created an external guide to help businesses if they would like to start that transition. We actually have a guide on our city website that we just recently updated that actually shows those kind of cost comparisons, that shows that it's pretty manageable from that standpoint. And that's something that we're looking to eventually start promoting with our community engagement department. But there is more and more products, as we've seen, come into the market, especially as the state of California has been adopting more stringent legislation such as SB 54. And SB 54 right now, the regulations haven't been adopted by the state, but they are working to get the producers to start already making that transition, making that switch, because they want to put it more on the producers than the consumers to start making these products. So I would say we're going to be seeing more of these products in the market very much soon, but there is a lot more that's out there.
And my next question is, it's not in the report, but is it still true that it's actually environmentally more sound to use, say, dishwashers rather than having disposable?
Yes, reusables.
And even with compostable, I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. No, using reusables is definitely a really big component of helping not only the environment, because obviously we're not generating as much waste that would go to the landfills, but also it's more cost savings for the business over the long run. We've seen some various reports and analysis and research we've done, but initially you'll see if a business is starting to transition away from compostable materials and trying to do reusables, there's more of an upfront cost, but then they see that there's more savings in the long run using like dishwashers and reusables as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Vice Mayor Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation as well. Had a quick question here is, how is this enforced, and what are the procedures in terms of enforcement?
Well, there's no policy in place currently for enforcement for this, but we've seen from other jurisdictions they've had code enforcement. We've seen at the county, if they, for example, they would also through their food inspections or things of that nature, if they had a type of regulation like that, they would include that as part of their normal inspection of a restaurant, as part of their checklist for enforcement. But that is still to be determined. We would need to do more research on developing a policy to see what specific group area, how that would be enforced, what exemptions would potentially need to be included, waivers, things of that nature.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me maybe pose a couple of questions here. Has this survey and whatever you've gleaned from what other jurisdictions are doing, has it led you to the point where you'd be comfortable in further exploring and actually recommending policies to control and eliminate plastics as best we can. Let me just more pointedly ask, is there some jurisdiction out there that's way ahead of everybody else that we could look to for some inspiration and guidance?
Mayor, sorry about that. Mayor Agran, thank you for the question. There are plenty of other cities and jurisdictions within the state of California that do have more stringent ordinances and policies. I have a couple here in Orange County that touch on similar things that our survey covered. I would say the Bay Area is definitely leading the way, though, when it comes to that. They have polystyrene, which is styrofoam bans and ordinances. They also have dine-in and reuse policies that they're working on, which is definitely pushing the boundary right there. But some jurisdictions that we have that are local, allow me to pull that up. So Laguna Beach, they have a citywide styrofoam and plastic reductions ban. They also have a plastic drinking straw and utensil ordinance as well. In terms of just looking at styrofoam restrictions citywide, we have San Clemente and Newport Beach right here. And then looking at styrofoam restrictions only at the government facility level, we have Huntington Beach, Aliso Viejo, Laguna Hills, Laguna Woods, and San Juan Capistrano.
Don't we have in place a policy for our own city hall and city facilities?
That was that was an internal policy by direction from the city manager's office about us making that transition so we can show that, we're going to try to be leaders in this aspect. So we are currently, within all of our city facilities, there has been that transition away from single-use plastics to compostable items to, just to really remove that component. I could highlight at one of our facilities, CCW, over here off of Armstrong, we actually just implemented a mug drive. So essentially for like coffee mugs, everybody brings in their coffee mugs and essentially starts using those as, reusables instead of us having to buy other types of like products. And so far it's been pretty successful, and it's one aspect of something that we're looking to do. But overall throughout the city, yes, we are reducing that.
All right, thank you. I see none of my colleagues wish to be heard further at this moment. Why don't we turn to public comment at this time?
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Peterson, would you tell us how many people wish to be heard?
Thank you, Mayor. We are up to 6 speakers, still 1 in person and 5 via Zoom.
All right, they will have up to 3 minutes each. Go right ahead.
Thank you. If I could call forward Jason Garshfield.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I'd like to say I'm against any sort of single-use ban or mandate. This stuff keeps getting forced on us on the state level, and every few years the standards get changed. It feels like the sort of soft despotism that Alexis de Tocqueville warned about in Democracy in America. And I think there's an element of humiliation ritual to it. It's as though folks like Gavin Newsom enjoy playing Twister with what they can get us to use. So like the single-use straws, they get soaked, they're highly inconvenient, and now the marginal inconvenience to any citizen is small. So is the marginal benefit to the environment. So if we're going to consider the aggregate benefits, then we cannot reduce the costs to an individual concern. If this is such a small thing, then it is not worth doing. The fact that a city is going to put such effort into this shows that it is not small, it's not trivial, and the negative consequences of these things are not trivial. So this is a choice. This is between businesses and customers. You can encourage businesses to make different decisions. The consumers will respond to that. as fits them, but I fail to see how this is in the interest of Irvine residents, who are the priority of this council. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Jim Kearney. Jim, you may unmute your mic. Hello, Jim. Can you hear us? Our next speaker is Alice McNally. Alice, you may unmute your mic. Alice, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm speaking today in support of Mayor Agran's plan for improved local storage at San Onofre. It is a responsibility...
Ms. McNally, excuse me. This is the city clerk. We are not on general public comments yet. We are still on presentation item 2.1. So you'll have an opportunity to speak next.
Okay, you won't forget me.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, council members, Mayor Agran. Mayor Agran, I think you're right. I think the last time this came up when Treseder had this on the agenda for the actual ban, instead what was proposed and what you directed the city was to put in the ban, try this city in-house city. And I think that was actually passed by the council. But in any event, rather than worrying about banning things, how about we keep things out of the ocean and the water systems? It's one of the simplest things for all of us to clean up after ourselves, regardless of what it is, compostable or not. You can have compostables, but if you throw them away and they get into the water, what does that do? What good does that do? The whole thing is, the simplest thing to conserve is to conserve and also to stop pollution. So I'm encouraged that staff was actually able to complete a community engagement, community outreach project, which it seems like that does not occur. There's no follow through with these things when the community is supposed to be conferred with. So the report was actually pretty good. But at the end of the day, you want to solve things, be responsible for yourself and encourage others to be responsible for themselves with regard to waste. It's a really simple process. You clean up after yourself, you put it away, it doesn't get into the water, it helps everybody. Thank you.
Our next speaker is telephone number 360. 360, you may unmute your mic. Can you hear us?
Yes, here I am. I can hear you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, the survey itself is probably disingenuous. I mean, you've used 9 languages. What language did you not use? How did the translation go? Did you use 3 languages? Did you use Gaelic? What is the cost of this plan and these consultants? And then we wonder why there's inflation. And why not give the taxpayers financial assistance? We're thinking and talking of giving the restaurants financial assistance. Well, the bottom line is the restaurants don't want this because it increased costs. And if you do give the restaurant assistance, financial assistance, then guess who's paying for it? Us, the taxpayer, is paying for it. And that's not fair and that's not right. It's a typical green scam and economic weaponization. It's time for a taxpayer rebate. Why don't you wonder and get those city buses, the Irvine Connect buses that generate fossil fuel, get them off the streets. If you really want to save the environment, take them off the street and maybe put some passengers in there. I traverse the city 6 or 7 times every single day, and I see one person maybe in those buses. Shame on you. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if we could try Mr. Kearney one more time. Mr. Kearney, you may unmute your mic. Mr. Kearney, can you hear us? No luck, Mr. Mayor, and that is all the speakers.
Well, thank you. At this time, council members are free to be heard for another round of comment, but I think I'd like to first turn to Councilmember Treseder, who had introduced this item, put it on the agenda, and maybe hear from you first. Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. Yeah, this has been very helpful. I appreciate the questions from my colleagues up here, and this has given me a lot to think about, so I'll think about it.
All right. I don't see any other requests electronically here from my colleagues. Let me just say that thank you for the presentation. You know, as an ordinary consumer, sometimes I'm just appalled at all the plastic associated with food, and not just food, other products as well. It's sort of hard to know where to begin, how to begin, but I am interested in what other cities, of course, the initiative really seems to come from beach cities because they bear the brunt of this kind of pollution from the more inland cities, from visitors at the beaches and so forth. But I think it's important that we stay up to the minute, understanding what other communities, what other cities have done and the headway that they have made. I think one of the callers kind of alluded to what I also learned to appreciate, that sometimes these things are less a question of legal requirements, prohibitions, banishments, and so forth, and more about a cultural change that just needs to take place without benefit of formal ordinances or laws, but where best practices are just encouraged, as one caller said, decent human beings, common courtesy, some forethought about how we impact the environment, not only for ourselves, but for future generations. So I'll tell you what I would appreciate is from time to time, just sending along to me, to my colleagues on the council, a report about what leading cities are doing and what seems to be successful. I mean, we do want to see policies that are successful, cities that are making progress. If we can identify what they do in a cost-effective manner, hopefully it'll inspire us. I think I recall, Councilmember Treseder, that when you had first introduced this item a couple of years ago, that I think one of your very capable researchers had done a survey of other cities and so forth. It'd probably be worth kind of resurrecting that, sharing that information with us at the dais from time to time, and see if we can manage to put ourselves in the forefront of all of this by virtue of being better informed and better equipped to move the city forward. Thank you very much for your presentation and for your day-to-day work on this important issue. Thank you. Unless you have something further, Councilmember Treseder, this is just a receive and file. Thank you. With that, let's turn to I think we need to turn to the various items. Hold on here. All right. I think at this time we turn to public comments for non-agendized items. This is the opportunity in our regular meeting agendas for members of the public to be heard as to items not on the formally published agenda. That being the case, people can speak to any matter that is, broadly speaking, within our subject matter jurisdiction, even though it's not on the agenda. We typically limit this segment to 30 minutes maximum. Do we have requests for citizens to be heard?
We do, Mayor. We have 14 requests to speak.
14. Let's limit the speakers then to 2 minutes. And let me suggest that you leave the queue open just a couple of minutes more and then close it, and we'll manage to be within the 30 minutes. All right?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Luke Pond, Susan Sayer, Aaron Lockwood, Jessica Becerra, and Adrian Heckman. And we'll start with Luke.
Thank you, and welcome, sir.
Thank you. I'm Luke. I'm a resident of Irvine for 3 years. Here in Irvine, we call ourselves America's safest city, but for the past year, this hasn't felt like a very safe place for me or for my neighbors, many of whom I know were not born in this country. That's why I volunteered at the Sunday Pro-Democracy rally out in front of the Civic Center last year. The community that I found there helped me to maintain a more healthy outlook towards the future. So, nevertheless, wave after wave of immigration enforcement is happening in Orange County and in Los Angeles. It's become clear to me that these are state-sponsored terror operations that are designed to create a widespread climate of fear in places that don't support Trump. This campaign of fear moved on to Portland, Chicago, Minneapolis. And who can doubt that in 2026, California will again be among the primary targets of the massively increased ICE budget. Expanding their anti-American mass deportation quotas requires them to find locations for operational support, and the lease of office space at 2020 Main Street is apparently part of their growth plan. My request to the City Council today is to support local independent journalists in providing transparency to the public about what the federal government will be doing in that office building, and to practice a non-compliance policy in all cases where they may request assistance from the city. I would also suggest that the city could easily post flyers and signs in all public spaces advising residents of available legal and community support services for those who are threatened by ICE. Let's work to regain some of the peace and safety that have been lost by showing all Irvine residents some of the meaningful ways that the city offers them sanctuary.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Susan Sayer?
We do have a related item on the agenda tonight, 5.3, but your comments were of a broader nature. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name's Susan Sayer, and I've lived in Irvine since 1981. I'm strongly opposed to ICE offices and its troops being located in or near Irvine. As we all know, the agency poses a serious safety risk to all people. ICE has rented an office space building located at 2020 Main Street in Irvine, which is located near the Orange County Registrar of Voters, Irvine and Santa Ana schools, near many businesses, the hotels, near the John Wayne Airport, and therefore ICE poses a risk to the health and safety of Irvine residents, the employees of other businesses located in the building, including maintenance and housekeeping staff, to the employees of businesses located in the vicinity of the ICE building, to school employees and students, to airport staff and tourists, to hotel employees and staff, to the Registrar of Voters staff, and to the Orange County voters for the upcoming elections. As the city of Irvine has the duty to protect the health and safety of all people living and working and visiting in Irvine, to protect our electoral system, I believe that the city has the duty to warn all Irvine residents, Orange County voters, schools, and businesses of ICE's presence and the warning should widely published and should provide the address of the office building where ICE offices are located and the name of the contact information of both the building's owner, MGR Real Estate, and Michael G. Raidmaker, the founder of MGR Real Estate, and the leasing agency, MGR Property Management, so that businesses located on or near the property and their employees, adversely impacted people, and members of the public can lodge their concerns and complaints regarding ICE being located in Irvine, which is widely advertised as being the nation's safest city, a claim that we must live up to.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Aaron Lockwood.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Erin Lockwood. I'm a political science professor at UCI, and I've lived, worked, paid taxes, voted, given birth in Irvine over the past 9 years. I, too, want to draw your attention today to fears in the community about heightened federal immigration enforcement, including the leasing by the General Services Administration of property at 2020 Main Street to increase their activities, to increase ICE activities locally. As you know, because many of you have posted about it, 3 women were arrested by ICE last week at their workplace here in Irvine. I see this impacting my neighbors, my students, and the community more broadly. I'm afraid for my neighbors who are not U.S. citizens, or who are, but meet ICE's broad racial profiling descriptions. A man at my church told me he's told his wife not to speak Spanish in public. My friend's mother, a green card holder, now carries her paperwork with her everywhere. She's been in this country 40 years. She's never done that before. I have graduate students who are afraid to leave the country to do field work because they're visa holders, and they worry they won't be readmitted. I have some who have changed their research topics entirely because they fear that publishing on politically contentious topics will jeopardize their ability to stay in this country. I have undergraduate students with undocumented family members who have taken on huge caregiving burdens for family members afraid to leave their homes on top of their already intense class loads. This is no way to live. No one should live in this kind of fear, and it's especially distressing in a city that prides itself on its reputation for safety. But safety for whom? Because my fellow parishioners, my neighbors, and my students do not feel safe here. Moreover, this widespread fear has tangible economic costs. A recent study by several of my colleagues at UCI found that Orange County businesses lost nearly $59 million over the 8 weeks following the May 2025 ICE raids as a result of decreased foot traffic and closures. This translates to about $4.5 million less in sales tax revenue at the county level. So I, too, ask you to consider what we can do, like the city of Sacramento.
Thank you for your comments.
Harold Arscott.
Welcome.
Hi there. This is new for me. I've never done this before. I am not a U.S. citizen. I'm an immigrant who spent a year behind bars at the Adelanto Detention Center. I want to thank the City of Irvine for the opportunities that it's giving me and the nonprofit organizations that I represent in an upcoming event. We will be helping alleviate any kind of food insecurity or anxiety that may exist. And I, again, want to thank you folks for allowing me to participate in this event as one of the founders in the Orange County Food Support Coalition. And that's really all I have to say.
Well, thank you for your service, and thank you for your comments.
Make sure you're all there.
Thank you.
Adrian Heckman, if I can also call forward Daryl Gale, Cheryl Long, Julie Tapp, Alan Meyerson, Jason Garshfield, Felicity, and Leighton Shelley.
Thank you. Mayor Agran, Vice Mayor Mai, members of the City Council. My name is Adrian Heckman. I've lived in Irvine for 35 years. This is my first time appearing before you. And I join the previous people here in asking the city to please, please oppose and do everything you can to keep ICE out of Irvine and keep them out of the offices at 2020 Main Street. I chose to live in this city because I always considered it to be progressive, and I still consider it to be like that. We are a nation of immigrants, but we're also a city of immigrants. And I want to ask the city to please join our congressional representative, Dave Min, who has written a letter to Todd Lyons, who's the acting director of ICE. Representative Min has asked Mr. Lyons to publicly explain the purpose and scope of the proposed facility, and also made a formal request for ICE officials to participate in public meetings with local and elected officials and community members. That would be you. I think ICE presents a taint to our fine city. In addition to all of the reasons that the other folks here have stated, we don't want them here. And so I'm asking the city to please do whatever it can to take a stand and to oppose ICE moving into those offices at 2020 Main Street. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Daryl, Gail.
Totally new topic.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Daryl Gale. The NRC won't save you. For over 2 years, I've been impatiently, guardedly, hopefully waiting for Irvine to do something, say something, propose something, activate either state, federal, or local governments to make some kind of concrete effort to repackage and move the Edison nuclear waste off the San Onofre beach to someplace higher, inland, and more secure. Do you think the federal government, the NRC, the DOE, the DOT is going to save you? If so, please tell me about one municipality, city, state, where they have stepped in to do something, anything. For the last 80-plus years, no one wants to deal with the mountains of toxic nuclear waste, which doesn't degrade, just keeps piling up. In October of 2019 at Chula Vista, Edison convinced our Coastal Commission that it was safe and okay to leave the waste on the San Onofre beach and that there was nowhere else to put it. Did they even look? I was there and watched in horror. It is not your city's or other coastal communities' responsibility to pay for Edison's cleanup of this disaster. I work with a statewide coalition on upcoming legislation called Make Polluters Pay. I will tell you more about it next month, but read this book, Roger Gloss. It's all about your city.
Thank you for your comments.
Cheryl Long.
Good evening.
Welcome.
I'm Dr. Cheryl Long, a longtime resident of Irvine, and I'm also part of an extensive group of Irvine volunteers that have been raising their voices at places like the Irvine City Hall all year long. And we are working also to provide mutual aid and support for our communities. Tonight, I want to thank the city council members and the chief of police, Mike Kent, for the work that has been done in creating resources online for immigrants facing challenges, and for doing some educational outreach for Know Your Rights. I was at Kathleen Treseder's event. And also thank you for not signing the 2A7G, thus declining to work with ICE, and bringing forward tonight an immigration assistance program, agenda item 5.3. We need to do more, and trying to find the words to express the challenges that we face. Federal District Court Judge Joseph Goodwin eloquently wrote in his recent decision, "Aseptic judicial rhetoric cannot do justice to what is happening. Across the United States, agents of the federal government, masked, anonymous, armed with military weapons, operating from unmasked vehicles, acting without warrants of any kind, are seizing persons for theoretically civil immigration violations and imprisoning them without any semblance of due process. The systematic character of this practice and its deliberate elimination of every structural feature that distinguishes constitutional authority from raw force place it beyond the reach of ordinary legal description. It is an absolute assault on the constitutional order. It is what the Fourth Amendment was written to prevent, and it was what the Due Process Clause of the Fifth Amendment forbids. On the ground, what this means is that federal agents' presence as masked, anonymous agents who are roving literally around our cities, traumatizing whole communities, leaving residents afraid to go to work, to go to the grocery store, to take their kids to and from school.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Yeah.
Thank you for your comments.
Julie Tapp.
Good evening, Mayor,
welcome.
City Council. Thank
Welcome.
you. Hi. My friends and I are here seeking answers really to one question. In addition to knowing about the lease in question at 2020 Main, What can and will our local government do to educate the public, protect the residents, and support those affected directly by the illegal actions of ICE agents in our community? I am really here to ask City Council for a show of unity on this. When the City Council is divided, the people are divided. Irvine is an integrated, multicultural model city, as you all know very well. All residents of Irvine, regardless of our status as immigrants or citizens, what we look like, how long we've been here, what language or languages we speak, we all deserve to speak and move about in public and live our lives freely. We all deserve to be treated according to our rights under the Constitution and the law. I am sure you all agree with that statement. That is not a partisan issue. We want to know if we can count on our leaders on the City Council to do everything that is within your power to protect your residents during this historic time. As the city's governing body, each of you has some big choices to make in this moment. Instead of the division we see in Washington, can you unite to protect your residents against the threat of ICE operations in your city? I would ask every member of the council to go on record at some point opposing the lack of accountability and the climate of fear that unchecked ICE operations are implementing, and urge you to work together. It may not be easy to identify tools and strategies, again, to educate and protect us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Alan Meyerson.
Welcome.
Good evening, council members. Alan Meyerson. Tonight, I just want to make an observational comment about the behavior on the dais. Mainly, I wanted to speak to Councilmember Treseder and tell her what I have witnessed over and over again. What I have witnessed is this. She's 99% against anything the mayor agendizes. When the mayor makes a motion, she tends to make a hostile substitute motion. And then if the mayor reacts to that hostile substitute motion, she becomes the victim, because Councilmember Treseder is always the victim. Your judgment of character is lacking. You aligned yourself with a former council member that I think is charged with 6 felony counts right now. So your judgment of character is flawed, and it doesn't do good for the city. I don't see you agendizing any items that are good for the city. I see you making things personal on a consistent basis, and it seems like when it comes to the OCPA, you've now entangled Vice Mayor Mai into your web. I see you speaking to his ear when that issue comes up. I don't know what you're saying to him, when none of us do, because it's between you and him, and I don't appreciate that. I would appreciate you trying to work more with your colleagues instead of making things personal and becoming the victim.
Thank you for your comments.
Jason Garfield.
Welcome.
Thank you. So at the very first meeting of this council back in 2024, I spoke about a safety issue in the driveway to Cross Creek Apartments. Now, this is not speculation. It's a known safety issue. It's been that way for a long time. In 2022, it led to the death of a 2-year-old girl, and it's an easy issue for anyone to see who drives out of that driveway, and I can show anyone who wants to come with me and take a look. There is a large sign with the name of Cross Creek Apartments, which blocks the view of oncoming traffic. So if a car wants to see the cars that are coming at it, it has to stop at the head of the line in the sidewalk, which led to what happened a couple years ago. I've spoken about this repeatedly. I gave some information to the city attorney. There's been no action. That sign is still in place. There is a similarly shaped sign at Cedar Creek Apartments. That one is even more dangerous because the driveway opens onto Alton, which is a much bigger street. It's only a matter of time before something happens again. It's not going to happen until it happens. From what I gather, I spoke to the attorney who is currently suing the Irvine company. They can't take it down now because that would constitute an admission of guilt, and they don't want to pay out to the girl's father. Why don't they just shut up, pay out what they owe, it's their fault, and take the damn thing down? It would take them a day. I mean, the Bren Company, I think, is what we should call it, because they are a disgrace to James Irvine's legacy and have been for a long time. Clearly doesn't care about anything but their bottom line, but I hope maybe some of you guys can make them care. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Felicity?
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Irvine City Council. I'm here because I'm very concerned about the presence of ICE in our community. We just heard about 3 women being picked up as they arrived to work in Irvine. At least 2 car washes have been raided and people taken and separated from their families. Families that often include U.S. citizen spouses and children. Last summer, a car was stopped on the corner of Main and MacArthur by ICE. Their windshield was shattered, and a husband was taken, leaving a pregnant wife in the car in the middle of the road, a car that she was unable to move since she had no license to drive. An Irvine High School student was recently abducted and sent back to China with her mother, leaving the mother's very distraught Marine husband to wonder what the hell he could do to get his wife and stepdaughter back. And now we have the opening of ICE offices right in the middle of our city, causing fear and apprehension. It is also affecting businesses, as a prior speaker said. The UCI study showed that businesses in Orange County have lost upwards of $59 million because of ICE's actions in our community. In fact, someone at one of the buildings near the new ICE offices on Main let me know that they themselves had already lost income because their South American clients will no longer come to their offices for fear of being profiled and targeted. I'm asking you to do all you can to mitigate this ICE presence in any way you can, including forbidding federal immigration agents on city property. And I'm sure you can think of many other ways. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Leighton?
Welcome.
Hello. I have a bachelor's in English with an emphasis on environmental problems. I did some research a while ago, and I like this quote a lot. And I didn't originally. You said our trash problem is maybe a cultural issue, and someone else said like it's about how we dispose of it or whatever. I want to illustrate the severity of our solid waste program in the world. This is a quote by a study in 2022 about how much solid waste we produce. The net annual municipal solid waste production in Europe, Asia, and the United States nowadays approaches 2,500 million tons and is predicted to reach 2,700 million tons in 2025. Those are yearly production rates. To put this into perspective, we can translate the mass into trees. Suppose a standard tree is 1 ton, and there are 200 1-ton trees per acre of forest. This makes 2,500 million tons, the mass equivalent of 12,500,000 acres of forest. A year, we're producing this waste and then disposing of it somewhere. A year. Merely staying at that rate and not growing, we are scheduled to produce an amount of waste equivalent to a Texas-sized forest every 13.5 years. But the waste production is growing. And the production is the problem, and how we deal with it. We can't produce that much disposable stuff and then expect it to go somewhere useful when it's not made to go anywhere useful.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you for your comments.
Joanne Slobodian.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Residents across Irvine are currently collecting thousands of signatures because they believe all
Irvine open space promised to them should actually be protected, from Bomber Canyon to Quail Hill to Oak Creek and throughout the entire city. What I cannot understand is this. The council voted 7-0 to move forward with the ballot process on these issues, yet today there is no visible support for protecting the very land residents were told would remain open space. So I am respectfully asking each of you to sign the initiative petition as a sign of goodwill, not as an endorsement of the outcome, but as a commitment to let voters have a fair and transparent say, as you promised. Residents keep asking me the same questions. Where is the required accepted open space easement under Resolution 88-1? Why has the Scrivener's error in the general plan not been corrected? And why are citizens being forced to gather tens of thousands of signatures to secure protections that were supposed to already exist? From the public's perspective, hundreds of millions of dollars in open space value are at stake, yet the city is not actively enforcing the protections that it once promised. Irvine has seen major citizen initiatives succeed before, showing that when residents step forward, the city should support, not obstruct their right to be heard. We need 19,000 signatures and 300 volunteers to make this work. It has been done before, and we can do it again, but we need your help. Please sign up, volunteer, and sign the petition, and donate at Protect Irvine Open Space, or come see me today after public comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, council members, Mayor Agran. I wanted to take you back to last meeting when Councilmember Betty Franco complained that she was new at this, when she was meandering and didn't understand how the meetings are conducted during the library agenda items during council business. She's been misleading the city since she won at-large appointment to DEI committee in 2022. She's had 2 years on the DEI committee to learn how meetings, council meetings are run. The DEI committee is also conducted under Robert's Rules of Order. She made sure to mention that during the Great Park meeting today, and she seems to be a little more up to speed. But she had 2 years to get up to speed. And last meeting, she also said she was a PR expert, an expert at public relations. Yes, that's true. She worked at FSB Core Strategies, who was owned in part by Jeff Flint, who fled after the FBI came after Mellahad Institute. Now, she didn't claim to be a PR expert when she applied to the at-large appointment for the DEI committee. Then she claimed that she was a senior executive for DEIXIS Group Incorporated that was created by 2 of Jeff Flynn's colleagues up in Sacramento, claiming to be somehow a DEI expert. And you can go to DEIXIS Group Incorporated's Facebook and see that since March of 2022, there's been no activity there. Now, I understand that after the DEI committee made an advisory motion about how to be guided in January to the council, that their meeting this month has been canceled. Isn't it time now that we disband the DEI committee, which I brought to this council's attention since February of 2022, that it's a sham, it's a waste of time, it's a waste of resources, and in light of the fact that $500,000 was given to...
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is iPhone 360. You may unmute your mic.
Yes, the U.S. has the largest number of unauthorized immigrants, roughly 14 million. And it's relatively simple. This country voted for law and order and has a mandate. We are a nation of laws. Anyone who comes to this country illegally should be sent home. It's not fair to those who came into this country legally. We are a righteous nation and people have to abide by our laws. We talk about safety in Irvine. Has anyone seen how grocery store cabinets are locked up now? Maybe police officer and Chief Kent should focus on law enforcement and stay out of politics and let ICE handle immigration and let Irvine, the city, handle services for those people that need it. It's relatively simple. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is DDT. You may unmute your mic.
Hi, Nation of Law. After a few weeks of being rattled by absent files And having seen nobody get arrested or be investigated, I really have a completely different opinion. I also want to zoom out a little bit and say when there's been 2.5 years of genocide on our iPhone, the violence that we perpetrated with our tax dollars and helped Israel commit genocide, it comes right back. ICE is trained by IDF. ICE is trained by IDF. ICE has an office in Tel Aviv. So now we have IDF-trained ICE thugs going around terrorizing people, grabbing people off the street. And once they're in the detention center, they go through the carceral system of, for profit. They don't count people as humans. They count people as how many bodies have come in. And children have died, in case you didn't know, just in the last couple of months in detention center. Where do I begin? We couldn't stop genocide happening elsewhere. Now we have people being killed here. How are we protecting anybody? I just don't understand, and I think it's about time everybody stops pretending like we live in some kind of echo chamber or bubble, that everything that happens everywhere is connected. What else? So I saw another agenda item today that concerns me because there has been a member on the council who has repeatedly tried to block freedom of...
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Susan Keefe. Susan, you may unmute your mic. Susan, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Sorry, I don't know why I'm having phone problems. Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I tried to speak during the first agenda item, and I don't know, I'm having problems with my phone. Anyway, I want to start off by saying that I support ICE out of Irvine. I've also spent time in front of 200 Main, and it's just, I hope that everyone will do everything possible in the city of Irvine to control what's happening with ICE. But I did want to speak about the environmental survey that was done with restaurants. And I want to point out that I know I heard other people talk about the fact that, this is a cultural problem and really we just need to clean up after ourselves. But every year in the U.S., an estimated 561 billion, with a B, disposable foodware items are used. That is a whopping amount of waste, and all of that waste finds its way to water. Like the nuclear waste that another commenter mentioned that continues to pile up at San Onofre Beach, the plastic never actually goes away. It doesn't break down, it just breaks up. I also want to point out that we have state laws, and these state laws are not being followed. And while I appreciate that 56% of the people restaurants surveyed supported a ban on foam, we banned foam on January 1st, 2025 in the state of California for foodware. So that needs to be considered. We also have BYO programs. It's a state law. AB 619 allows consumers to bring their own clean reusable containers in for takeout and leftovers. We also have law AB 1276, Skip the Stuff, which was actually presented at council last month. And it's something that is really important. This is a leading cause of healthcare costs. $250 billion estimated in annual healthcare costs related to plastic.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Alice McNally. Alice, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you and good evening. I'm speaking today in support of Mayor Agran's plan for improved local storage at San Onofre. It is the responsibility of every level of government, including local jurisdiction, to protect its citizens. It is imperative for the council to work with Mayor Agran's proposal to move the nuclear waste at San Onofre to higher ground, to explore options for local relocation, hardened storage of the nuclear waste, including the Mesa, higher up on Camp Pendleton. The DOE has not located a permanent storage facility, leaving Song's nuclear waste stranded only 108 feet from the Pacific Ocean, exposed to tsunamis, rogue waves, king tides, severe storms, and rising sea level. Edison claims that it is safe where it is, as they use historic instead of projected sea level data, which shows the sea level rate has more than doubled from recorded dates between 1993 and 2023. NOAA tells us high tide flooding is now 300% to more than 900% more frequent than it was 50 years ago. On a pathway with high greenhouse gas emissions and rapid ice sheet collapse, models project that average sea level for the U.S. could be 7.2 feet by 2100 and 13 feet by 2150. SONGS has no plans to begin moving the waste until 2035. It is likely the waste will remain at San Onofre until 2060. Council, please don't ignore the mayor's call to action and let it be forgotten. Explore your options, take action, enlist others, and develop a plan to move the nuclear waste to a safer storage configuration on higher ground until the federal government can.
Thank you. Your time is up. And Mr. Mayor, I failed to mention earlier that we have one speaker in person that has a video. She's our last speaker, Mona.
Our last public commenter today.
Correct. She's here in person, has a video.
All right. The grand finale here. Welcome.
I don't know how that's going to work out. Can you hold off on that until I tell you, please? It's been like a really difficult thing to think about what's going on based on the fact what I talked about last time I was here. The funniest thing is that Eric Nashanian brought back DEI to me, the whole thing with what happened with DEI. And it reminded me of that meeting that I talked to all of you about, where when my name was mentioned, everybody laughed. That's a day where I watched one of our council members, Betty, being basically belittled during that meeting. Which, again, brings us to the fact that we have a DEI committee that doesn't give a damn about diversity. Can you please play that? And you all know when my name is mentioned. Who's the first person that laughs on the video? She's sitting back there. She's yours, Melinda.
Hi. I don't know why everybody laughed when you heard my name. This was quite circular.
And then that's it. I just wanted you to hear the laugh. When my name gets mentioned for everybody to laugh, I don't expect you to do that. You don't do that for anybody that's called. But Wendy finds it really, really funny that I called. And then everybody else in the background is laughing. You are more than welcome to view that video. That was a disaster. We talk about diversity here, and we need to really be serious about it. In a way, this committee killed an office that would have been really, really helpful in this time of need when we have people picked up on the street, even in Irvine. It's time to move forward. It's time to do something. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And that is all, Mayor.
All right, that concludes public comment on non-agendized items, taking us to the next item on the agenda, which is the city manager's report. Will this also include a report from Chief Kent?
Just one item tonight, and that's the update from Chief Kent.
Let me, in introducing you, and thank you, Mr. Crumby. I know you've been under the weather, that you're still here and soldiering on is appreciated. Thank you. Perhaps as part of the chief's comments, he can address the question of the assertion about ICE taking office space in Irvine. I don't know that that's been confirmed, and maybe the chief could speak to that as part of his report as well.
Certainly, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager Crumby, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'll answer that question first. We have not been able to confirm that ICE has an office at 2020 Main. We have not been able to confirm that information as of today. And in regards to my update as far as Immigration and Customs Enforcement in the city, since our last meeting on February 10th, we've had one incident which occurred on February 18th in the morning at about 8:30. We received a 911 call from a business owner in the 9,000 block of Toledo reporting that Immigration and Customs Enforcement was outside the business taking several people into custody. When our officers arrived on scene, the ICE agents had already left the scene, and what we learned was 3 adult females were taken into custody, and we later confirmed with ICE that that was indeed them. They were there, and they took 3 females into custody for outstanding warrants. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Mr. Crumby?
That's it.
All right, that is the city manager's report for this evening. At this time, we'll turn to our colleagues here for announcements, committee reports, council reports. I ask my colleagues to please be brief, but do let us know what you've been doing and what is worthy of reporting back to us and to the larger community tonight. I have a request from Councilmember Liu to be heard first.
Thank you. Well, I'm waiting for the, okay. Good evening. I'm excited to share some of the things we've been doing. And first, I would like to wish all who celebrate Ramadan Mubarak. And so let's see, next slide, please. Recently, OC Sanitation approved a flow agreement with the Irvine Ranch Water District. We're also partnering with OC Waste and Recycling to explore building a centralized food waste pre-processing facility to boost sustainable co-digestion at local treatment plants. Next, please. Thank you to everyone who joined our e-bike town hall on February 17th. A special thanks to IPD Sergeant Sabino and Officer Hatfield for covering local ordinances update, and to Dr. Boros from UCI Health for emphasizing proper e-bike safety procedures and the consequences of failing to adhere to them. Keep an eye on our social media for future events. Next slide, please. On February 23rd, the city sent support letters to Senator Tom Umberg's SB 490, which enhances oversight of addiction treatment facility, and SB 758, which classifies nitrous oxide as a Schedule I substance. This builds directly on the local safety memos I introduced on sober living homes and nitrous oxide last year, and thank you to Senator Umberg for introducing these bills and to our city staff for advancing these efforts in Irvine. And finally, next slide. Yes. I spent February attending numerous Lunar New Year celebrations across the region. Thank you to our local organizations and nonprofits for their work in sharing this important cultural holidays with our community. And next one. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My office is excited to share a few upcoming community events with you. Next slide. My team and I are hosting a community town hall to address concerns, share ideas, and identify solutions to protect and preserve University Park Library. Please join us on Tuesday, March 3rd from 6 to 8 p.m. at the University Park Community Center. You can reserve your seat by scanning the QR code on the screen. We hope to see you there. And we also have some flyers for the people attending here, just right here. Next slide. The City of Irvine will be holding its first event Women's Conference in honor of Women's History Month. The event will offer financial education, networking opportunities, professional development, and holistic programs to support women in our community. The conference will be held on Friday, March 13, from 8:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. So stay tuned for more details. Next slide. My office will also be partnering with Tree of New America to distribute food to our community members that are in need. The event will take place on March 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. at My Car Community Park. And we also have flyers in here if anyone is interested in that food distribution. Or if anyone wants to talk to anyone from Tree of New America, they're over there in the back. Thank you. Next slide. I would like to invite you to stay connected by following me on social media, where I'm sharing updates about what is going on in District 5 and the city of Irvine. Next slide. You can also stay up to date by subscribing to our monthly newsletter. My office is always available for your questions and concerns, so please reach out at any time. And one last thing, I want to just thank Public Works for their amazing service and for putting a stop sign in the corner of San Leon and San Remo. Thank you, Public Works. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. We appreciate your report. I see no other requests, so let me just make a few brief announcements here. We are pleased to announce this invitation to the entire Irvine community to celebrate the grand opening of the Katie Wheeler Library on Saturday, March 7th from 10 a.m. to noon. Guests can enjoy a ribbon-cutting ceremony, a barbershop quartet, and hands-on activities for all ages. Under Irvine Public Library operation, the Katie Wheeler branch will feature refreshed interiors that honor its historic legacy, as well as new programs designed to serve our community. Help launch the next chapter of the Irvine Public Library system as we celebrate this important milestone. For more information, visit irvinepubliclibrary.org/events. Next, the community is invited to support the Irvine Animal Care Center Foster Donation Drive through the month of March. This annual event enables the center's foster program to care for vulnerable animals, including new puppies and kittens, and animals healing from an injury or post-surgery. View a complete wish list of needed items by visiting irvineanimals.org/foster. You can also join the drive-through celebration event on Saturday, March 7th from 1 to 3 at the center and drop off new pet supplies. Participants will receive an exclusive Irvine Animal Care Center sticker. Learn more at irvineanimals.org/foster. And finally, 2 new exhibitions open at the Irvine Fine Arts Center on Saturday, March 7th. That's going to be a busy day, March 7th. I invite the community to join us for a free opening reception from 2 to 4 p.m. First day of spring is today, is a group exhibition of contemporary works across a range of media. The second exhibition offers a look at the work of Sergio Ocadiz Moctezuma, a prolific artist who helped shape Orange County's cultural landscape. Admission and parking are free. For more information, visit artsinirvine.org/exhibitions. I believe that concludes our announcements, allowing us now to move on to additions and deletions to the agenda. Mr. City Manager, do we have any additions or deletions tonight to the agenda? Thank you. There being none, we move to the consent calendar, which is item 3. Item 3 consent calendar items include items 3.1 to 3.8. The consent calendar is our way of dealing with a number of routine matters that are deemed to be at this stage of a non-controversial nature, not requiring further council consideration or public comment. However, if people wish to speak to an issue on the consent calendar, they are welcome. Those items, again, tonight are items 3.1 through 3.8. Mr. City Clerk, at this time, do we have any requests from citizens to be heard on consent calendar items?
Mayor, there are no requests to speak.
With no requests, is there a motion to move the consent calendar?
I move a motion to, I move the consent calendar. Move a motion to move the consent calendar.
Thank you.
Second.
I did hear you correctly. There are no requests from the public to be heard.
Correct.
All right. There's a motion to move the consent calendar, item 3.1 through 3.8. Was there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carries 6-0 of the members present.
Thank you. With the consent calendar behind us, we move now to public hearings. That's item 4. We do have a public hearing item tonight. This is slightly complicated, and therefore I'm going to turn to our city clerk as well as to staff. First, to the city clerk, I think this should go quickly, but it does involve a few procedural complexities that we want to move through as quickly as we can. Mr. Peterson, do you please take this opportunity to introduce this item by title?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 4.1 is designation of the City of Irvine Community Facilities District number 2013-3B, Great Park, Improvement Area number 20, and special election regarding levy of a special tax.
Thank you. At this time, I'll declare the public hearing officially open. It is 7:15 p.m. I'll also take this opportunity to invite those who are participating remotely by Zoom in our meeting tonight to raise your hand, please, in the queue electronically so that we can recognize you at the appropriate time. And now I'll turn to our city staff representative to introduce himself and further introduce this item. Mr. Director, please introduce yourself.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Council. My name is Dale Bulasan, Director of Administrative Services. Also joining me as well is Anna Sarabian. She's the financial advisor that's been helping us through this process. This is quite routine. What we'll be talking about tonight, we'll get through the presentation fairly quickly, is the formation of Improvement Area 20, which involves the approval of designation and levy of special taxes. A bit of background for this item. Back in March 2013, Heritage Field set up an area, improvement area, 2013-3, and within the last little over a decade, a number of improvement areas had been set up from Improvement Area 1 through Improvement Area 18. Improvement Area 9 is still pending. What we're coming to council for tonight is the formation of Improvement Area 20. In September 12, 2025, the landowner, Heritage Field, petitioned for the formation of Improvement Area 20 to be created from the current Improvement Areas 3 and Improvement Area 13. What's in this area is a little over 59 acres of property and 572 residential units, including 120 units of affordable housing that's planned for development. This is just a map of the different areas that borders the Great Park, one in the northwestern sector of the Great Park and one in the southeastern section. There's a two-step process for the formation. In January 13th, Council approved the approval of intention to create this area and also to intention to incur bonded indebtedness in the future. I just wanted to note tonight we're not improving the bond, it's just creating the formation of Improvement Area 20. Also on the 13th of January, there was a call for a public hearing. We did the required noticing, published it on February 5th, and that brings us to today, which is step 2, which is the public hearing for approval. This would involve designation of Improvement Area 20, also to determine the need to incur bond indebtedness. It also sets a limit to how much bonding that we can do for this Improvement Area 20. It's set at $170 million. And the special taxes, once this is approved, would go to fund authorized facilities in the area, infrastructure and services also within the area. And this, at some point in the future, would return to council for the actual bond issuance. And again, we're not doing that tonight, and it would be upon the landowner's request. At this point, we anticipate the bond issuance to come back sometime in 2029. That's our preliminary estimate. So the recommended actions before us before you tonight: number 1, conduct the public hearing. 2, designate Improvement Area 20, authorize the levy of special taxes within the area, determine the necessity to incur bond indebtedness, and then call for a special election to approve the special tax within that improvement area, and the issuance of the bonds by said improvement area and establishment of appropriation limit for the improvement area. Then number 5, conduct a special election, request for city clerk to announce the results, and then if approved by the voters in the special election, declare the results of the special election and direct the recording of the notice of special tax lien on the improvement area and notice the cancellation of special taxes within Improvement Area 3 and Improvement Area 13. And if approved by the voters in the special election, introduce the first reading of an ordinance levying special taxes within Improvement Area 20. So lots of different steps. So I'll turn it over to you now and to proceed with the public hearing and the vote.
Well, thank you for introducing this item and for all the work that has gone into it. This should be pretty quick if we're led by our city clerk on this, whom I'll turn to at this time to describe the procedural steps that we'll be taking to conduct the election and otherwise deal with this matter. Go ahead, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we conduct that process, I do have 2 requests to speak from members of the public, one in person and one via Zoom.
All right. Why don't we call on those individuals now?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Heidi.
Okay, let's see here.
You have 3 minutes, and your time is now up.
Did
Just
you?
kidding,
Oh.
just kidding.
Okay, this is, let's see. Okay. Okay, sorry about that.
That's all right.
All right, so I just discovered this like 2 hours ago. That's why I'm just kind of threw this together. I'm concerned this is a 175-page document, so I didn't have time to go through all of it, and I was skimming through it. And on page 66, I noticed something that was very concerning. There's a lot of legalese in it, so even if I did have time to go through it, I don't think it really would have mattered. But on page 66, it was concerning because I ran it through to get a summary of it, and I said, you know, write this out, explain this to me like I'm a kid, because it just sounded so fishy. It sounded so sketchy. And it says, the city wants to ask, this paper is about a city making a big decision for a place called Improvement Area Number 20. The city wants to ask the people who own the land, there if it's okay to collect special tax, borrow money, and set a spending time limit for that area. Instead of asking lots of questions, the city puts all 3 questions together on one ballot so people can vote more easily. Not many people live there, so the city decides that landowners get to vote, not regular residents. Each landowner gets votes based on how much land they own. The city plans to hold the vote right away in the city council room, and the city clerk is in charge of running it and counting the votes. Normally, the city would have to wait 90 days before voting, but all the landowners said it's okay to vote sooner, so the city agrees to do it faster. And just in a nutshell, everyone who was allowed to vote signed a paper saying, let's do this faster and skip the usual explanations, and the city says it has that paper. None of that sounds like a good idea, so this is a very concerning resolution. I encourage you to reject it. And it's looking like it's justifying skipping over voter protections and being a part of the Oak Creek campaign. You know that we're very concerned about that. It also allows an accelerated election, and it shields the city from procedural challenges. So I will be seeking out this paper that has been submitted, and I just want to encourage you. I want the council members to be aware of this and to reject this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. You know, my thought is perhaps the city attorney could explain. I mean, fundamentally, we're dealing here with a landowner election on how to finance future development in a certain area. Is that correct?
Mayor, that's 100% correct.
It's a funding mechanism that we're voting on.
It is a funding mechanism, and the reason that that procedure is as involved as it is because it's a very serious thing to impose a tax on individual pieces of property. And so each of those procedural steps has to exist. This is the most cumbersome thing that you do as a city council is to work through these steps, and it's for those protections in place. And to the specific question of the protection of the voters, it is the voters, all of them, that signed off on the waiver that allowed us to conduct the election and read the results tonight. It is the very same people that you would seek to protect are the ones that asked us to do it this way. And that's how it's been done on the prior 17 formations of implementation areas in this CFD.
Thank you. I think that's...
In the past doesn't mean you continue to do it. It just sounds like the waiver is in lieu of legal procedures. And that's the concern. And if you've been doing that in the past, well, that makes it 10 times worse.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you, Mr. Melching, for your explanation. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One more speaker, Mirvet. Mirvet, you may unmute your mic. Mayor Vett, can you hear us?
I'm calling on item 5.3. I don't think that's my turn yet. Do I lower my hand? I apologize.
Thank you. Yeah, we're not on 5.3 yet. Thank you.
Do you want me to lower my hand?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
All right, at this point, I'm happy to defer to my colleagues for additional comments, questions, and for a motion to approve the resolutions listed as recommended action items 2 through 4 in the staff report. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Peterson, to actually conduct the roll call vote, and perhaps with the assistance of our city attorney, Mr. Melching, to take us through what sounds like a complicated procedure, but I think we can move our way through it quickly.
Happy to do so, Mayor. And actually, if we could first close the public hearing.
I'm sorry, close.
If we could close the public hearing,
Yes,
ask for a motion to
that we
close.
close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Treseder. Moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai. Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Excellent. So we turn to you.
Thank you, Mayor. So the first part of this process does include the City Council's consideration of recommended action item numbers 2 through 4, which are resolutions before you, as Mr. Bullason noted. The first resolution is authorizing the levy of a special tax within Improvement Area 20. The second resolution is determining the necessity to incur bonded indebtedness and submitting a proposition to the qualified electors thereof. And the third is calling a special election for the purpose of approving a special tax in Improvement Area 7. Improvement Area 20.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by me, seconded by Councilmember Liu. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. Next step.
Thank you, Mayor. So with that, I will go ahead and open the ballots. We have 7 ballots, so bear with me. I'll try and get through them as quickly as possible.
This is the most exciting part of the entire thing.
It is, and unfortunately, I wish I could make it more exciting, but it's, as you mentioned, very procedural.
It's right up there with the Oscars. You're now announcing the vote, is that correct?
Correct. So, Mayor, the first ballot for landowner MRP HTM HCB LLC, all votes are in the affirmative.
How many votes was that?
That was, I'm sorry, give me a moment to read through this. 7 votes.
Thank you. Six to go, right?
6 to go. Again, thank you for your patience. Second ballot for landowner TPG AG EHC III PHM CA6 LP with a total of 16 votes. All votes are in the affirmative. For ballot number 3, landowner TPG AG EHC III LEN CA5 LP with a total of 9 votes. All votes are in the affirmative. Next, for landowner KB Home Coastal Inc., with a total of 7 votes. All votes are in the affirmative. Next ballot, landowner TH Great Park 540 LLC, with a total of 5 votes. All votes in the affirmative. We are almost there. Next ballot for landowner KLLB PRO PCO IVC LLC, with a total of 5 votes. All votes in the affirmative. We're on the last ballot. For landowner Heritage Fields El Toro LLC, total of 14 votes, all votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. So having disclosed the results of the special election, why don't you take us to the next step?
Thank you, Mayor. So the next step in the process would be for you, Mayor, to call for a motion to adopt the resolution declaring the results of the election, which is listed as recommended action item number 6.
All right, so moved. Recommended action number 6, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carries 7-0.
All right.
So then the last step, Mayor, is to introduce for first reading and read by title only the ordinance that's before you, which is action item number 7, and I'm happy to read that into the record.
Yes, before we vote on that, obviously, it should be read. It is an ordinance, and apparently you're the designated reader tonight, so if you would please read it by way of introduction.
Thank you, Mayor. Happy to do so. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, acting as the legislative body of the City of Irvine Community Facilities District number 2013-3B, Great Park, levying special taxes within improvement area number 20 of the City of Irvine Community Facilities District number 2013-3B, Great Park.
All right. Unless there are further council comments on the ordinance, or any council comments, seeing none, would the clerk please?
We do need a motion in a second.
We have to leave this open for public comment, is that correct?
We've already closed the public hearing, so now we're just voting on the ordinance that I just read in the record, which is...
So then we just have the roll call vote.
Correct, but I believe, yeah, I don't think I got a motion in a second for that, and if I missed that, I apologize.
I'll move adoption. You're having introduced and read the matter, all right? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu.
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0, and that is all on item 4.1, Mayor.
Concludes the matter, and that was a lot of fun. All right. Next, we move on to council business, regular council business. Item 5, would the clerk please, I'm sorry, what?
Mayor, we actually have a second public hearing, item 4.2.
Oh my goodness, I totally missed that. I didn't even read this myself. Wait a second. Oh yes, the Tefra hearing, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I did check that out earlier. All right, so we have item 4.2, which is a Tefra hearing. At this time, I'd like to turn to the city clerk to introduce this by title, and then we'll hear from staff, and I think we can move through this one quickly as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 4.2 is a Tefra hearing for bond issuance by the California Enterprise Development Authority, Pretend City Children's Museum.
Good afternoon, or good evening, council members, Mayor Agran, Vice Mayor Maya, and members of the City Council. This is a Tefra hearing for Pretend City Children's Museum. I'll run through it relatively quickly.
And just for folks who don't know you already, please introduce yourself.
Sorry, I forgot. Steve Torelli, Director of Great Park.
There you are. You're the big man over there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go right ahead.
So way back in March of 2024, the City Council had authorized a pre-development agreement and a lease with Pretend City Children's Museum. And the pre-development agreement outlines the necessary steps to execute the lease. At this point, we have run through almost all of those steps. There's kind of two steps outstanding. One of them is regulatory clearance for the site, and the other is full project funding. And the item before you tonight is to help finish out that full project funding item. So Pretend City Children's Museum is going to be a total of 70,000 square foot facility. It's right on the corner of Skyhawk and Marine Way. It's kind of got that key location. It's got 52,000 square foot of indoor space as well as some outdoor learning space. It is kind of a collector of early childhood development collaborators, as well as some offices and administrative space with a total project budget of around $68 million with just less than a 2-year construction timeline. This is a continuation of their existing facility that currently is in East City that has outgrown its current space. That's going to be moving here to the Great Park. So the Pretend City Children's Museum financing is funded primarily through facility donations and operating revenue, and it's facilitated by some financing, and there's kind of two pieces of financing on that. One of them is the bond issue that's before you tonight. That's what the Tefra hearing is for, and the other is a loan that the City Council had approved back on the 24th of March 2024 when that item was originally approved. A private activity bond is an instrument that is issued through the California California Enterprise Development Authority for $25 million. The reason why we're here before the City Council is as a statewide entity, it needs to be heard in the local jurisdiction where the money is going to be spent, which is the City of Irvine, and it has to be publicly noticed, which is why we're here. Under the private activity bond, there's no obligation of the city to repay any of the bond. We are already a member of the Enterprise Authority. There are many other Irvine issuances, including Great Park Ice, Korean Lutheran, and again, Pretend City is fully responsible for that repayment. Again, a public hearing is required to initiate that financing along with a resolution, and those are the two recommended actions before you this evening, are to conduct that public hearing, and then following the public hearing, we recommend to adopt the resolution before you. With that, happy to take any questions, and I know representatives of Pretend City are also here.
Thank you. I'd like to call the public hearing open now. And clerk, do we have any comments, public comments?
We do, Vice Mayor. We have one person here in person who'd like to speak.
Okay, please call them forward.
Thank you. If I could call forward Ellen Pays. And Ellen, you have 3 minutes.
I'll be quick. Good evening, council members, city staff. Oh my gosh, one step closer. We are so excited about being able to build this world-class facility for children and families in the Great Park. This is a procedural effort or initiative so that we are able to get nonprofit financing for our project. I'm also happy to share that we were able in December to receive a $1.5 million donation. So every day we're getting closer to putting shovels in the ground, hopefully April. And hopefully in the end of 2027, we'll be able to welcome all of you, everyone in the audience, everyone in the city of Irvine, to an amazing new children's and family and early childhood center in the Great Park. Thank you so much for your support, and I hope that you will continue to support us this evening. Thank you.
And that is all, Vice Mayor.
And also, do we have any comments from my fellow colleagues? Seeing that we have none, I'd like to close the public hearing now. All right, and we will move on to council business.
Before we do, we have a couple of procedural items. If we get a motion, a second to close the public
sure.
hearing.
Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
I'll second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0. And then just one last step will be to adopt the resolution that's before you, which is listed as action item number 2.
I'll move the adoption of action item, what was it?
Action item 2, which is a
2.
resolution.
Action item 2, the resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Mai. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. That takes us to item 5, council business. Anybody need a break? No? We'll power through. All right. Here we are. Item 5.1, would the clerk please identify this item by title and subject?
Consideration of a request by Councilmember Treseder to discuss a request for action on City Council speaking procedures policy and 2026 appointments to the Policies and Procedures Review Subcommittee.
Thank you. Councilmember Treseder, I'll just point out before turning to you that items 5.1 and 5.2 relate, so the subject, the public understands, relate to internal procedures that govern us here at the dais and otherwise. So with that, I'll turn to you.
Thank you. Actually, looking at the folks in the audience, I imagine several of them are here for item 5.3, and I would have no objection to having, that's the immigration assistance program. I actually have no objection to that coming before this one.
I'm happy to grant that request, absent objections, that we take 5.3 first.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. I think the people who have come here to speak to that will be grateful. With that, why don't we move to item 5.3? Would the clerk please identify this item by title and subject?
Consideration of a request by Mayor Agran and Councilmembers Liu and Martinez Franco to discuss an immigration assistance program for Irvine residents and employees.
Thank you. I'll take responsibility for kind of introducing this subject. I was happy to be on a committee of 3 that included myself, council members Liu and Franco, Martinez Franco, and we had the opportunity to consider, with the help of staff and our legal counsel, our city attorney, our chief of police, special counsel, what we might do by way of an immigration assistance program. We took a number of weeks and months, actually, to produce what I hope will have support from people at the dais here tonight. Let me just kind of read something into the record that gives this context. The City of Irvine's mission is to create and maintain a community where people can live, work, and learn in an environment that is safe and welcoming for all. The City of Irvine continues to focus on providing exceptional services to all in our community, regardless of immigration status. The Irvine Police Department is not involved in any federal immigration enforcement and remains dedicated to protecting public safety and serving everyone in Irvine. On June 3rd, 2025, the City Council voted 5-1 with one abstention, or was that an absence? I think it was an abstention, to direct staff to develop an immigration response readiness program, coordinating an effort to ensure due process rights for all within the city of Irvine. Again, that's due process rights for all within the city of Irvine. This is a time of extraordinary stress for those who may be undocumented or not properly documented. Therefore, the Immigration Assistance Program for Irvine residents and employees comports with and furthers the work of local nonprofit organizations and legal aid groups that specialize in immigrant rights. The coordinated program would provide for the exercise of due process rights as it applies to Irvine residents and employees of Irvine businesses unless there is a targeted enforcement through a valid judicial warrant, Unless there is targeted enforcement through a judicial warrant, the referral system that you'll hear a little bit more about here, that referral system program would serve to connect Irvine residents and employees of Irvine businesses with legal assistance. The proposal was reviewed by the City Attorney's Office. Mr. Melching is here with us tonight, as is Chris Erickson, who is special counsel assisting us in this matter. And also it was reviewed by an elected director of the American Immigration Lawyers Association Board of Governors, who's also the past chair of the immigration section of the Orange County Bar Association. With that, what I would like to do is turn to our staff at this time to further introduce our work product, and then I'd like to turn to my colleagues who are part of the committee to speak a little bit as well, and then we will have a discussion here, public comment, and move to a vote. With that, should I turn to you, Mr. Melching, or Chris Erickson, our special counsel?
I guess that is me.
Thank you. Also, I assume you'll introduce Liliana, who has been of invaluable help as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Sure. I'm sorry, did you want me to go ahead and give a brief synopsis of what the program is right now?
Yes, I think so, to try and explain it in a little more detail than I did.
Sure. So obviously, as Mayor Agran set forth, this has been kind of an ongoing process, and it's been based on an analysis of what's happening on the ground and what develops, because this is all developing very quickly. This program really is meant to continue with the idea that the city wants to stand with its community, with its constituents, and with those that are employed in the city of Irvine, and help them to ensure that their constitutional rights are protected, that due process is protected. And that's completely consistent with what you stand for as a city. You stand for constitutional policing. That's why you have a very safe city here. And it's consistent with that mission. This program is a relatively modest program. We're just kind of starting with this. And what we did is we talked to other organizations that do this kind of work to find out where there may be gaps in service. And one of the things that we really found was that when a person or family is in crisis, They really just need somebody to talk to, somebody that can give them legal advice, that can explain to them what the process is, that can explain the next steps for them, and then potentially connect them with legal counsel if that is what they wish to do. And we don't want to reinvent the wheel because there are really excellent programs out there and people doing this work. And so the city attorney and I basically came up with this program where the city attorney will bring on a qualified professional to be able to provide this service. Then the next steps from there will depend on what that interview and intake looks like. One of the issues that's out there is there are some, I would say, bad actors. There's some attorneys that are not necessarily acting ethically and are taking advantage of a lot of these individuals that are very in a bad situation and are vulnerable. And this is also sort of a protection for your constituents and the people that live and work in Irvine to sort of guide them and protect them from those bad actors as well. So again, it is a relatively modest program. It's a start. It can certainly be scaled to include more services should the council wish to do that. But we feel like this meets an immediate need for you and is consistent with what it is that you're looking for as a city.
Thank you. Liliana, did you want to add anything? All right. Our city attorney, Jeff Melching, please make it clear, Jeff, too, if you would, that we are not providing the legal services as a city, but we are connecting people with resources. Is that correct?
It's 100% correct, Mayor. The core of this program is trying to put ourselves in the position of somebody, either a family member or a person who has been thrown into chaos because of an intervention with ICE or an encounter with ICE, whether that's the person that has been detained or their family. And the goal of this program is to put in place a person, a central person that receives a phone call, understands the circumstance, and knows what the resources are. So first thing is knowledge. It's just to move out of the experience of chaos and into the experience of speaking with somebody that knows what to do. And then the second thing is to then have that person take responsibility for connecting the people that are in crisis with resources so that it isn't just a list of phone numbers on a website. It is, I got you. I will find a way to connect you up with resources. And we can't guarantee that 100% of the time we're going to be able to connect somebody up with a live body, but that is the goal of the program. And that program would be run through the city attorney's office, but to emphasize your point, it isn't legal services. It is our office hiring a consultant to do that job. And I think of them as a hub. They do the intake, they find the resources, they connect the people. That's what the program is. We think that that's a great starting point for a program like this. I'm sure we'll learn lessons as we go forward.
Thank you. And the proposal calls for an initial fund of $100,000 to be deployed in this startup program that no doubt will grow with time, with the resources that are now made available to deploy ICE personnel throughout the whole country. We can expect, I think, this year, a scaling up of federal activity here that calls for stepping up our commitment to due process. As you know, as a lawyer, this is the bedrock. This is the bedrock of our entire American democracy with the rule of law, that people just don't get picked up and carted away without a chance to be heard, without a chance to be connected to representation under the Fifth Amendment, under the 14th Amendment. I could speak to other amendments as well that are implicated in what's been going on, violations of the Fourth Amendment and the First Amendment with respect to protesters and right to assemble and all the rest. This is a time for us to be committed to what we swore to, which was to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, which provides for the protections, the rights that all people are entitled to, citizens and non-citizens alike. I also want to emphasize the City of Irvine has and will continue, of course, to respect proper judicial warrants for the arrest or seizure of individuals, property, or whatever. But that's quite different from what's been going on. And let me just numerically put this in context. We've had so far, I believe it's 7 or 8 incidents involving 13 people who have been swept up, sent to detention centers, some of them then presumably to Texas or other major facilities here, and we don't know for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if some were sent to what amount to gulags in El Salvador, Uganda, you name it, Sudan. And this is a time of real crisis, and this whole program, the idea is to do what we can at a very basic level to see to it that due process rights are respected, and that in this, the safest city in America, that we are indeed supporting and defending the Constitution of the United States every single day. So with that, let me just turn to my committee colleagues, Councilmember Liu and then Councilmember Martinez Franco. And I think there might be one or two we want to bring into this, perhaps the chief as well, and of course others who might have some thoughts or comments. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. Well, first I want to thank Chris and for working with us all these months. And this has been something that that we've been working on for quite a while. And obviously, with all the evolving current events and movements, we're constantly getting more information and trying to adapt to what is going on and trying to provide that basic help to provide our residents and people who work in Irvine the very, very basic protection under our Constitution. I want to make sure that everybody understands that under the Constitution and also our precedents, that due process rights are afforded to anybody present here. We're not talking about just citizens. We're not talking about people with status. We're talking about anybody here. Imagine if you go to a different country and they can just sweep you up and do whatever to you. That's what we're talking about. We're a country of law and order. Due process rights are very basic. That's why it's important for us to offer this program for anybody who works and lives in Irvine, to make sure that they are protected, they're not just swept away, and we don't disregard their basic rights. And so I want to thank Mayor for inviting us and starting this discussion, and I want to thank Councilmember Martinez Franco for participating as well. We are often bragging about how we are the most diverse and integrated city, and that is why this is so important for us. 13 people. I mean, we're not impacted by a lot, but 13 people have been detained in Irvine that we know of. And I've heard that there's could be more that we are unaware of because obviously they're not giving us all the information. It is very concerning, considering especially what's happening all around the country. We could be next. We never know that. And so I want to make sure that we are ready. And with this program, hopefully we'll be able to start something. And if need be, well, I hope we don't need to expend it, but if need be, we'll be able to expend it and afford everybody the very, very basic legal protections. I understand that there's some concerns, and I want to address some of it. There are some people who ask, then who are we hiring? Is this the one individual? It could be a nonprofit that has the expertise. We're not leaving the city staff to do this intake because we obviously don't practice immigration law. And this is something to offer families or individuals who are in crisis that first initial hand to say, you're okay, and here's where you can go. The initial intake is what it will involve, and then, you know, if sometimes maybe there's not a legal path forward, and if there is, then we can connect them to the right people. And there are also concerns about whether people with a criminal background will qualify. No, we're not going to do that. And as Mayor had mentioned, if there is a proper warrant, we're not going to be involved in that. And so, having said that, I am glad to see this is happening. We have obviously a pretty small program compared to our neighboring cities. Costa Mesa has a fund that I've heard has been successful in getting their residents home and reunited with family. And I believe Anaheim also has a program, which is a mutual aid program, like ours. And also Santa Ana has a long-standing program. So I'm hoping that we as a city will show our residents our determination to make sure everyone is safe in the city. And with that, I would let Councilmember Martinez Franco finish the rest of her thoughts.
Thank you. And I want to also start thanking Mayor and Councilmember Liu for supporting this issue, Mayor for inviting us. Thank you so much. So, colleagues and members of our community, this conversation is not about defying federal law. It's not about obstructing enforcement. It is about something far more fundamental, due process. The United States Constitution does not say that right applies only to citizens. The 5th and 14th Amendments guarantee that no person shall be deprived of life or liberty without due process of law. No person. That includes undocumented individuals. When someone is detained in a sudden enforcement action, their family is left in crisis. Children come home from school not knowing where their parents are. A household sole provider disappears overnight. Whether someone ultimately stays or is removed, they are still entitled to understand their rights and navigate the legal process fairly. The proposed $100,000 Irvine Immigration Assistance Program does not interfere with federal agencies. It does not shield anyone from lawful enforcement. It simply ensures that Irvine residents and employees have access to legal guidance so that proceedings are fair, orderly, and consistent with constitutional principles. Like Councilmember Liu mentioned, other Orange County cities have recognized this distinction. The city of Santana has funded deportation defense services since 2017 to ensure access to counsel. The city of Costa Mesa allocated approximately $200,000 for legal defense assistance tied to immigration proceedings. And county leadership supported the Orange County Immigrants Refugee Liberty Fund to expand legal representation access. These programs do not override authority, a federal authority. They reinforce constitutional process. We will never send someone into courtroom alone to face complex legal proceedings without counsel. Immigration courts should not be different. Access to representation strengthens the integrity of the system. It does not weaken it. And friends, the Irvine Immigration Assistance Program is just another resource, another tool to help us fight injustices and protect our residents and workers. The more resources that we put out there, the more people are going to have those tools to access the justice system. Because if we are just working in a silo, everybody is not going to know that these resources exist. So whether it's the city of Irvine, the city of Costa Mesa, the city of Santana, they know that they can count on their government agencies to protect them, the city that is here to protect them. And of course, I wanted with that just to quick mention from Chief Kent. I know that I have so many comments about the police, if they can collaborate, or how can they put the peace if you get called 911. Why is it important that you get called?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. You're asking what our role would be if we were to arrive in scene and ICE agents are present. Our role primarily is to ensure that we're keeping the peace, to ensure that the situation does not get out of hand, out of control. If another agency is in our jurisdiction, including ICE, it's their operation, and quite frankly, we cannot interfere. We do have a duty to intervene if another law enforcement officer, regardless of the jurisdiction, whether it's another police municipality or a federal agency, if they are in our jurisdiction and they're using some sort of force that is not reasonable by law and based on our training, that we do have the duty to intervene. Again, that is regardless of whether it's another police department that's in town or even members of our own department. And that is something that is law, that's something that's in our policy, and that's something that we consistently train for.
Thank you so much. And just to close my presentation here, I was undocumented once. I know how it is to live in fear. I know that resources like these are very important, and that to be able to trust a government agency takes a lot. So it is up to us to create that trust, and this is the moment that we need to create trust when there is so much fear out there. So please, I urge our fellow council members to support this item. Not only, we know that it's not a lot of money, but this is the beginning. And I know that no other cities knew how to start this. I don't think anybody had the expertise. These are unprecedented times, and nobody knew how to do this. So we are also experimenting and trying to do what is best for our communities. So please support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Franco. And there we are. I want to give my council colleagues an opportunity to speak before we turn to public comment. Mr. Peterson, do we have how many in the queue?
We have 20 requests to speak, Mayor.
All right. Well, I'll give my council colleagues a chance to say a further word or two, and then we'll move to hear from the public, all right? Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to start off by thanking the mayor and council members Liu and Martinez Franco for bringing this forward. This is a really critical issue, and I can see how it could be very useful. It's interesting. I mean, it's almost surreal walking around Irvine these days. So it's beautiful. Like today, it was a beautiful day, really sunny. You're out there, the hills are green, sidewalks are tended, very quiet, very, very safe seeming city. And I can walk around, not worry at all about getting mugged or anything. I can go even on a night hike in the hills here. Not worried. The only thing I'm worried about is, rattlesnake. I'm not worried about anybody coming across me and hurting me. It's so safe. If you belong to a certain group, you are very, very safe. But if you don't, then I think your experience of the city is very different. Regardless of what's happening in the moment right in front of you, you're worried about what might happen. And especially if we have a history of ICE coming in and taking folks violently while they're masked and with no warrant in some cases, throwing them into a van and driving off, and we cannot find where they've gone. We don't even know who they've taken. That is a crisis of safety for our city, and it affects how folks live in our city. So I've heard from folks who they're afraid to take their kids to Kumon or karate after school. They are afraid to even have their kids go to school. They're afraid to shop. They're afraid to come out of their homes. And this is fundamentally wrong. And also does not need to happen at all. There's no reason for it. We are the safest city in the country because our police force is highly trained. We select very carefully who's on our force. They work in collaboration with the community. They build up trust over decades. They keep us safe plenty. We don't need people coming in who we don't know, we don't have any jurisdiction over, causing problems in our community. They make it less safe. I do not want to have any unrest occurring where you have ICE agents that are conducting activities and you have other folks who are very concerned about that, and we have confrontations. I don't want to have a confrontation between our police and ICE agents. We would only lose. And so I think everything that we can do to, first of all, keep ICE out, get them out if they do come in, and then also help folks who are being affected, I think we should do it. And I think I will leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Treseder. Councilmember Mai.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for my colleagues for your comments here, and thank you for all the comments we heard earlier. I had a question for Chief Kent, actually. On that incident on February 18th, do we have any details, if you can provide us with any details on what type of business it was that was targeted?
Yes, it was some sort of a printing business.
Okay, and then also on 2020 Main, the lease, I've done some research there. I think this was a question for Mr. Crumby, is do we know who actually is leasing that office?
We do not. We do not have confirmation.
Okay. I did a little research on there. I don't know if it's valid or anything, but it was a GSA leased office, which is their landlord's procurement office, IT solutions, office products. So we really don't know what's going on there, and are we going to get that information at all?
Sorry?
Are we going to be able to get that information on who's going to be leasing it at all?
So we've reached out to GSA and haven't gotten information as to who the tenant is going to be.
Okay, great. Thanks for that information and clarification. You know, I want to first start off by saying that, you know, I empathize with those facing deportation and immigration. I come from an immigrant refugee family. people talk about immigration and how it's unfair to people. And I came from a neighborhood, I grew up in a neighborhood where probably around 75% of the kids that I grew up with are either in jail or have been deported out of the country. So I'm not a stranger from deportation. And this is from the 70s, 80s, and 90s growing up. And, for an example, my childhood friend shot my fireman neighbor in a robbery, and he got deported. I always think about these things. Is it fair for them to get deported to a country where they grew up and they're teenagers and they don't speak the language? And I always say, maybe it is right for them to be deported because they committed a crime in this country, despite being friends with them. Regardless of our personal beliefs and if things are right or wrong, I feel that we don't have jurisdiction over what the feds do or feds want to do. I've heard from multiple people who've commented, and multiple people who have asked me, what can you do as a city councilman? What can you do as a city? There's not much that we can do. It would be different if ICE came to us and gave us warrants and said, we're coming to get X for this reason, but they don't have to. We can't force them to, and most likely they won't tell us. We've reached out. Our chief, our police department has reached out to them all the time and says, let us know. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. They won't give us a reason for what for how they operate and why they operate, and they frankly supersede us. I've witnessed ICE operations in Irvine since I've been here. For 20 plus years, I've witnessed ICE operations. It's nothing new. ICE has been operating in Irvine in multiple times, and I've seen it with my own eyes. I live in a neighborhood with no HOA, no Melrose, and for whatever reason, we keep having these incidents where Department of Homeland Security, FBI, they are taking people out of the homes there. And people can say, they're taking innocent people, but the people of the neighborhood, in my neighborhood, just a few streets away from me, we know what's happening in these neighborhoods. And over the past 5 years, I've seen 4 brothels, I've seen a birthing house, and I've seen human traffickers being pushed out from there. I mean, I've seen one of those people with a battering ram knocking down these doors. And no one in our neighborhood says, hey, that's wrong of you, ICE, to come and get them. We want them out of there because we have children around here. I have a 5-year-old and I have a 14-year-old that lives with me, of course. My children live with me, and we don't want these people in our neighborhood. I fully support them going after these people. I don't support them in other actions. But where do we draw the line between, I read this thing and I read targeted individuals. How do we determine who's a targeted individual to not a targeted individual? Are we going to say, okay, blanket, anyone who's facing ICE deportation, regardless of what they're doing, if they're a murderer, drug dealer, human trafficker, are we going to provide them with legal services or not? There's so many questions here, and I guess I want to hear from the public, and I want to hear more from my colleagues on this, but I empathize with those facing deportations, but Irvine is a very different city. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My Councilmember Liu, I'll turn to you in a moment, but if somebody hasn't spoken, all right, I'll turn to you. You're the, and then Councilmember Martinez, Franco after you, and then let's hear from the public, all right? Go right ahead.
So I think I had mentioned that this is a pilot program. We are starting with a small, modest amount to afford residents and employees in Irvine. They're basically a referral service to protect their basic constitutional rights. And it's a very bare minimum. And I did mention that we are not going to be interfering with any legitimate federal law enforcement, nor are we protecting anybody who is a criminal. And that had been something that we had already addressed. yes, there is a superseding authority by the federal side, but our Constitution is fundamental to the entire country. Fifth Amendment protects our due process rights from unlawful activities and the denial of basic rights by the federal government, and the 14th Amendment extends that to any unlawful activities by the state against an individual. So we also have Fourth Amendment rights against any unlawful search and seizure. I mean, all of these are things that are written in the Constitution for a reason. The Founding Fathers decided to put all those rights in there because we see a problem. So this is, as a lawyer especially, it's disturbing that we are not going to protect that. I understand that we don't have superseding jurisdiction over the federal government, but our duty as the city is literally called the police power, which is to protect the people's health, welfare, and safety. So if we don't do that, Councilmember Treseder was right. This is a safety issue, and I appreciate that she recognizes that people of a different color experience a different experience. I mean, experience a different life. I hate to say this, but yeah, our lived experience is very different. Councilmember Martinez Franco is also an immigrant woman of color, so am I, and you know, we don't have the same one as much as we would like to have equality to everybody. That is an ideal, and we can all recognize that has not been happening if you pay any attention to what is happening around the world, in our world, in the United States. And so this is the very little minimum that we can do to ensure that, yes, law and order are observed in Irvine, but at the same time, we are doing our very basic minimum duty of protecting everyone's safety within the city boundary. And that's all I have to say right now.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Thank you, and I echo Councilmember Liu's words. We are not protecting here criminals. Here, I'm going to talk about the moral standpoint. So let's just call it how it is. These are illegal kidnappings, and we need to stand for them. As a person, I cannot see someone taking a mom out of their children's hands when they're dropping them to school. A mom. A child going to school, a high school, taking them by force. A veteran punching him and taking him to jail. That's not how we do things in America. At least this is not the country that I immigrated. This is not the country that I dream of having a better life. If this is what we need to really say, that immigration, ICE comes here without any warrants. They claim they have administrative warrants. That doesn't mean anything. That can mean that someone is very scared of diversity and they decide to say, go check if they have illegal people in there. That could be their excuse. So it doesn't mean anything if they don't show a paper. They are coming right now. And yes, we are a very different city in Irvine. We are very privileged. We don't have that many raids, but guess what? They are coming for brown people who speak Spanish. Come on. So let's call it how it is. They are coming for brown people who speak Spanish, who work for privileged people here in Irvine. So yes, we are different than other cities where Latinos live and they're going after them in their houses. Here they come where they're employed. So if you don't stand for what is right for people that come here for a better life, then I don't know what you stand for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. Franco, why don't we turn now to public comment? How many are in the queue?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 27 requests to speak.
All right, let's close the queue at this point. And with 27, let's limit the comments to 90 seconds each.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Susan Sayer, Mower Kay, Adrian Heckman, Mona, and Cheryl Long. And we'll start with Ms. Sayer.
How many are, excuse me one moment, how many are in person and how many are remote?
13 in person and 14 on Zoom.
So evenly divided. All right, please go right ahead, Ms. Sayers, go right ahead.
Okay, well, I'll try to make it a little shorter. I believe that immigrant assistance program should also include protected services to prevent immigrants from being victims of adverse ICE actions. As per Irvine PD Facebook publication and newspapers, ICE just took immigrants into custody from Irvine Shopping Center without warrants. We need to act now to take preventative measures to protect immigrant community members as well as provide service to support those who have been victimized. I suggest that Irvine create a special protective action volunteer task force and Irvine Immigrant Protection Corps that consists of both professional police and security advisors and trained volunteers equipped with brightly colored, identifiable, labeled uniform vests with identification name badges and communication devices to obtain immediate law enforcement response as needed. The Irvine Immigration Protective Corps members could stand guard in locations such as the airport, the train station, the election centers, hotel locations, major shopping centers, schools, and major business centers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Adrian Heckman.
Welcome.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Adrian Heckman, a resident since 1991, and I support this immigration assistance program wholeheartedly. I think the measure of civility in any community is not how wealthy it is. It's how they treat their most vulnerable citizens, residents, and employees. And I'm really proud to see that employees are going to be part of this program, people who come here to work and they benefit our city. I'm really proud to be a resident of the city of Irvine today. I started protesting about a year ago right outside the front here and met a bunch of really fine people. I'm not an activist, but everybody has their boiling point, and I had mine. And we evolved into helping people who were scared of immigration and ICE. And this isn't about letting people who are committing crimes go. This is about due process. I happen to be a licensed attorney, but you don't need to be one to see what's been happening here is indefensible. It's inconceivable. And I'm really proud to be a member of this city that's stepping up and doing something about it, not just idle talk. And I want to just encourage you to pass this unanimously so it can make a statement.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mona.
Welcome.
Hello. Wow. James, we live in the safest city, yet you've got the brothels and the baby houses. You've got the police right there. What are we doing? You are so anti-immigrant yourself to just throw it to the law and order? That is embarrassing to hear from you. As an immigrant, and I'm an immigrant, it is embarrassing. I cannot believe what came out of your mouth came out of your mouth. I was coming with one thing to say, but when I heard you, I was like, oh my God. How could you say that? Yes, there has been ICE movements for years. We know that. But what they're doing now is unlawful. It is absolutely unlawful. But if you feel unsafe in your neighborhood, maybe you should move or, be calling the police more often. I am grateful to Mayor, to Councilmember Martinez, Franco, and to Melinda Liu, because this is very important for the city. We've been talking about diversity and how important it is. I know there are people around here that are racist, and I know that people don't believe that we need something like this when we actually need it.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Cheryl Long, and if I could also call forward Deborah Franza, Felicity, Don Hahn, Angelo P., and Byron Salvatierra.
Welcome.
Thank you again for letting me speak this evening. I'm speaking to encourage the council to vote this evening to approve the Immigration Assistance Program. If there are delays in doing so, there will be many that are left without representation who may be deported really illegally and who may be left in detention centers without even attention to habeas corpus. There is a lot of misinformation here. The statistics show, in fact, that Native Americans are far more likely to commit crimes than immigrants, which makes me concerned about the other residents in your neighborhood who are Native Americans. Councilman Mai. Also that when we talk about legality, in fact, these individuals are actually working to legally gain citizenship, but this has been yanked away from their ability to do so. That's why the Immigration Assistance Program is so critical to have them appropriately represented. So this is really about lack of due process. It's about illegality. And even the DHS themselves have said that 85% of the people that are in detention currently really are not individuals that should be there, have no criminal record, and they essentially denied them due process. And I also encourage you to work with the local mutual aid organizations, and Reverend Dr. Terry LePage has reached out to the council to make sure that this isn't just a gesture of goodwill. There is an ever-changing aspect to what is going on in the courts. And it is.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Felicity.
Welcome.
Thank you again. I just want to point out that the Constitution's due process rights apply to everyone in this country, citizen or not. I think that's something important to keep in mind. I've lived in Irvine for the last 35 years. I strongly support the establishment of a legal defense fund to protect vulnerable residents and Irvine workers who've been attacked and or detained by federal immigration agents. And I believe Agenda Item 5.3 is a good basis to create such a fund. Immigration enforcement has increased tremendously in our county over the last year, and many families have been torn apart by these violent actions, including in our own city with the car washes, the people who are taken there and their devastated spouses and children, many of them U.S. citizens. I personally have sat in at immigration court here in Orange County, where there have been also Irvine residents, where people who are following their asylum claims have been snatched up by ICE officers directly as soon as the judges dismiss their cases at the behest of ICE agents that are sitting in the courtroom. Unlike those in the criminal justice system, people detained by ICE have no right to legal counsel, so they must depend on access to affordable immigration attorneys. I also want to say that I'm a member of the Orange County Rapid Response Network and on the board of the Orange County Justice Fund, and we are more than happy to provide our very wide experience and to help with their intake process. I have much more to say, but I see I only have 2 minutes, so please pass this fund
Your time is up.
and make it work.
Thank you.
Don.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, good evening, Mayor, a member of the council. My name is Don Hahn. I'm representing Groundswell, a nonprofit that's based in Santa Ana. I also want to say good evening to Chief Kent and Mr. Crumby. I wanted to come here to thank the Mayor, Councilmember Liu, and Councilmember Martinez Franco for putting this initiative together. For 25 years, I have been working for the Orange County Human Relations Council at the time, now it's Groundswell. For over a decade, I'm the person that actually responding to hate crime and hate incidents in Orange County. And what that means is I am the person that actually sometimes provide a referral for people who have been impacted by hate crime or hate incidents to an entity that can help them. This is a big, big step for Irvine to embrace the diversity that you have, to tell the people that work or live here that they are safe, to allow them to know that regardless of who they are in terms of their residential status, that they are here and they are safe. To your point, Irvine is one of the safest cities, and you want to continue to promote that. A warm hands-off to someone that you trust and that could take care of you is a big, big step. And thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you for your comments.
Angelo Paparelli.
Welcome.
Thank you. I want to thank the mayor and council members Lou and Martinez Franco for supporting this. By way of introduction, I've practiced immigration law for more than 40 years, and I have been a proud resident of this city since 1986. And I want to thank Chief Kent for his description of the proper use of the police, even in the face of federal authority when legal transgressions occur. I want to address you, Councilmember Mai, because I think you may not realize that due process in the immigration law includes the right to request relief from removal, relief from deportation. And that's why this proposal is so important, because many people who are apprehended have reasons to say, I may be deportable, but I should not be deported under the law. And that's what this is about. This is about due process of law. I encourage the adoption of this proposal, and I'm proud to be a citizen of this city.
Thank you.
Byron Salvatierra, and if I could also call forward Courtney Weiderman, Alan Meyerson, and Jay Bruce.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Agran, Vice Mayor Mai, council members. My name is Byron Salvatierra, and my family moved to Irvine in 1984 after my parents immigrated from the Philippines. I'm part of a group who has found community in gathering and protest here in Irvine and elsewhere, and I'm here to speak out in support of the establishment of the Immigration Assistance Program for Irvine residents and employees. I'm also a United States Army veteran. I swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, not to a party or to an administration. That oath includes defending due process and equal protection under the law, regardless of immigration status. When our community faces complex immigration procedures without guidance or access to legal resources, due process is threatened. Recent immigration enforcement activity in the city, county, and nation have made it increasingly clear that we need to support the at-risk population of our communities with legal assistance. Having a city-provided single point of contact to navigate the different resources available would help streamline and improve accessibility. I would encourage the program to coordinate with other municipalities such as Costa Mesa, Santa Ana, Buena Park, and other programs such as the OC Justice Fund and OC Rapid Response Network. While this first step will go a long way in protecting our neighbors, the city should also work to establish a legal defense fund providing funding to local immigration aid organizations. Please vote yes to establish the Irvine Immigration Assistance Program for Irvine residents and employees.
Thank you for your comments.
Courtney Weiderman.
Welcome.
Hi, sorry, I'm shorter. Hi, my name is Courtney. I'm a resident of Councilmember Martinez Franco's district, and I want to say thank you for representing our district. And I want to thank the Councilmember Liu and Mayor Agran for proposing this. I'm in support of this measure. I'm also, along with being someone born, raised, and currently living in Irvine, I am also a volunteer with the Orange County Rapid Response Network and responded to many of the raids in Irvine and worked with folks who were impacted. And I just want to very clearly say there has been no evidence that judicial warrants have ever been presented in any of those cases, including when they knock on someone's door or pick them up in court. The people that do not have a lawyer and are reporting to their meetings are much more likely to be deported. and that folks with criminal records who have served their time are extremely, extremely at risk of being deported because they're just essentially sitting ducks for immigration agents. So I just want to take this time to say, please pass this measure, and then also please continue to reach out and engage with members of the Rapid Response Network, with folks who've been impacted, and with community on the ground who can speak to what is happening and how afraid everyone is to leave their homes. And I just, with the last few seconds, just want to reiterate that folks are, to Councilmember Martinez Franco's point, that folks are being targeted on the basis of race and on the basis of what language they speak. And if the city of Irvine really values diversity, we need to support all immigrants, including our Black immigrant brother and sisters. And to please support this measure, please engage, and that we could—
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. And that we could pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Welcome.
I just wanted to start by saying that we're all immigrants. At some point in our lives, our families came here from another country, so everybody's an immigrant. I appreciate what Mayor Agran and Melinda Liu and Betty Martinez Franco are doing. I think it's needed. It's the least we could do, actually. I think this all started because people got fed up with illegal immigration, and so they voted for Trump because he said he was going to do something about it. I don't think people voted for somebody thinking that he was going to be going to car washes, pulling mothers out of their cars when they're taking their kids to school, going to Home Depot and trying and rounding up people that are just trying to work for a living. I don't think that was ever the idea. The idea was that he was going to get rid of the criminals and the gang members, and I don't hear or see any of that. So, Vice Mayor Mai, I heard what you said. I think I kind of agree with you in some ways. I just think that the government's going about the whole thing the wrong way, the real wrong way. I mean, deporting illegal immigrants is one thing, but doing it the way they're doing it isn't the right way.
Thank you.
Hey, Bruce.
Welcome, sir.
Melissa, council members. Vice Mayor Mai, I suspected you were going to go oppose this item, but I thought you were going to be a little more clever about it. About the justification behind the ICE raids, it's kind of odd to me, this association between, you said, brothels, birthing houses, and human traffickers and immigrants. The current ICE actions are affecting broad sweeps based on basically race alone. And if those were happening, you would need a judicial warrant, which the city has said multiple times already that we're going to respect. You said this is nothing new. The new thing is the Trump administration and the kind of lack of due process that when ICE is going around rounding up all of these people en masse. That's the new thing. You kind of read about it in the news. And with regards to the role of city government, it is true that there's a lot that the city can't do to stop federal enforcement. That's kind of the role of the program, right? Is to see what we as a city can do in the face of this overwhelming federal authority. It's looking at what we as a city can do with our powers. So I think there's no real reason to oppose the motion based on your comments.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is iPhone 360. You may unmute your mic.
Yeah, I want to support James Mai. I think you were right on in your presentation. Sadly, you're surrounded by three socialists who are not law and order people. In fact, one is probably a racist, Melinda Liu. Woman of color, Melinda, what color is not included? Is white not a color? Shame, shame on you. I'm going to file a hate report against you. And the reason many of the people happen to speak Spanish, for you geniuses, is because we happen to be close to Mexico. That's why. Simple. Okay? And maybe you should use this money to protect victims of violent crimes. Use that $100,000. And then we have a council member, Betty Martinez, I'm sorry, who wears a public shirt and incites violence, such as Chinga La Mirada, or in English, fuck Border Patrol. Why is she even sitting on the Irvine Council? Shame on you, that incites violence. Okay? And you hurt the ICE people who are trying to do a good job. And you know what? The Supreme Court has suggested that the extent of due process for aliens varies depending upon the status and circumstances of each case. So all of you people, listen if you're the public, what Agran and everybody else espoused about due process is a bunch of hooey. It's not true.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Orange County Justice Fund. You may unmute your mic.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Fabi Hakome, and I'm the Executive Director of the Orange County Justice Fund. I have members of my family that have worked in Irvine, including myself, but my parents specifically for over 15 years, and now myself within the scope of my position. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to start by offering to sit down with Councilmember Mai to help him understand this issue and answer any questions he may have from the community's perspective. I'm here to strongly support the establishment of a City of Irvine Legal Defense Fund to ensure that residents and workers who are detained by federal immigration agents have access to legal representation. We know this model works. Nearby cities like Costa Mesa, Santa Ana, and Buena Park have already taken this step. Irvine has the opportunity to join them in protecting families and strengthening community trust. Do understand that many cases go unreported because people are afraid. What we see is only a fraction of what is happening. It is important to understand that in immigration court, there is no right to a government-appointed attorney. Without a lawyer, people are more than 3 times as likely to be deported. Legal representation can mean the difference between a parent returning home or a family being permanently separated. We urge the Council to meet promptly with impacted residents, community groups like the Orange County Justice Fund and the Orange County Rapid Response Network to strengthen this proposal and ensure it truly serves Irvine's diverse community. This fund is not about politics. It is about fairness, dignity, and ensuring that people who call Irvine home and those that travel daily to their jobs in Irvine are not forced to navigate one of the most complex legal systems.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is S. Hans. You may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Hi, I'm a longtime resident of District 3 and a constituent of James Mai. I think it's pretty shameful that he so bluntly made those racist comments that dehumanize immigrants. I'm speaking here in support of Agenda Item 5.3 with some edits to ensure that all the spending goes directly towards local immigration legal aid organizations and not a referral system. I think this would be the most efficient use of our resources and the most secure in order to protect the confidentiality of clients. I've personally been to the local immigration courthouse as a legal observer, and I've seen the difference it makes when trusted pro bono lawyers show up to represent asylum seekers who are otherwise left navigating the violence of immigration enforcement on their own, making them 3 times more likely to face detention and deportation. ICE has often claimed they're doing targeted enforcement, as we saw with the February 18th case of the 3 women who were detained going to work. But as was mentioned, we've seen that ICE just kidnaps whoever they please, creating internal administrative warrants, which are never signed by a judge. We've seen ICE violate the boundaries of private property, as of last July when they smashed the window of an Irvine employee's car to violently arrest him. Also, to be clear, everyone should have the right to legal representation, even if there is probably...
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Aaliyah. Aaliyah, you may unmute your mic. Hello, Aaliyah. Can you hear us?
Sorry. My name is Aliyah Yusufi. I am the Senior Policy and Advocacy Manager at CARE-LA, the Council on American Islamic Relations, the largest Muslim-led civil rights organization in the country. We are also one of the largest immigration legal service providers, if not the largest immigration legal service provider in Orange County, and we serve Irvine as part of that region. We have represented clients from Afghanistan, from Iran, those who have been literally picked up right off the street while taking their daily walk, people who have been just visiting their local ethnic grocery store, and our communities continue to be victimized by federal enforcement agents on a daily basis. I strongly support Agenda Item 5.3 to establish a legal defense fund for residents and workers facing immigration proceedings. As immigration enforcement increases across Orange County, including recent workplace detentions in Irvine, many in our community are living in fear because immigration court does not guarantee appointed counsel. Outcomes often depend on access to legal representation, especially when it's resulting in detention. According to track at Syracuse University, individuals without an attorney are more than 3 times likely to be deported. Irvine would not be the first city to implement a fund such as this, but it should definitely not be the last. It should follow the example of neighboring cities such as Costa Mesa, Santa Ana, and Buena Park, which have established similar programs.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Karen J. Karen, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Right. Irvine must develop clear and transparent processes for organizations receiving referrals from the city and not duplicate resources that are currently available. The city must be very careful not to fund CARE or CHIRLA, who have both been linked to fraud and actually harming immigrants. Just last month, the Senate Judiciary heard how CARE diverted funds that the Biden administration designated for Afghan refugees. An alternative to creating a new city-funded intake position, Irvine can more effectively demonstrate its support for the immigrant community by directing city funds to established, recognized nonprofit immigration service providers that already possess the expertise, infrastructure, and screening capacity to assess eligibility for immigration relief and deliver high-quality legal services. Money should be given to the Public Law Center, Legal Aid Society of Orange County, and Catholic Charities of Orange County, who have trained attorneys and accredited representatives, unlike CARE, established referral networks and compliance systems that enable them to serve immigrant families efficiently and ethically. Creating a new intake specialist position adds an additional layer of bureaucracy at precisely the moment when families are experiencing crisis requiring individuals to recount traumatic or sensitive circumstances to a city employee before being referred elsewhere for legal assistance. Rather than duplicating functions that already exist in Orange County, Irvine can better serve its immigrant residents by partnering directly with these reputable providers, ensuring immediate access to competent legal services without unnecessary administrative barriers.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Kayla Asado. Kayla, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Perfect. My name is Kayla Asado, and I have been involved in Irvine city politics for a number of years, starting with the OC Power Authority. I remember when Mayor Khan was running for city council, so that's just a little reference point on how long I've been kind of involved in politics. And I just wanted to say I am fully in support of this agenda item 5.3. As many public comments have said, council members have said, this is really important, and we really need something like this. And as other residents and public commenters have said, please join cities like Santa Ana, Costa Mesa, and Buena Park in approving something like this, approving this kind of resolution. We need immigrant defense funds for people. People are swamped. A lot of our immigrant attorneys are swamped and overwhelmed, and we need all the help we can get because people do take advantage of this process very much. And also, ICE has been rounding up citizens as well. So some of the comments that have been made, I disagree with it because ICE.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Mirvet. Mirvet, you may unmute your mic.
Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. My name is Mirvet Judah. I'm an Arab American, Muslim American leader, and also UCI alumni, and lived many years in Irvine. Would like to thank Mayor Agran and Councilmember Liu for presenting item 5.3. I'm in strong support of it. Establishing a legal defense fund for Irvine residents and workers detained by federal immigration authorities. Irvine is known for safety, innovation, and thoughtful governance. We pride ourselves on being proactive, not reactive. True public safety means families feel secure enough to work, attend school, and access to health care without fear destabilizing their lives. In immigration court, there is no government-appointed attorney. Individuals just navigate one of the most complex areas of the federal law alone if they cannot afford counsel. Data shows that without representation, people are more than 3 times more likely to face deportation due to process should not depend on income. When workers are detained, businesses are disrupted. When parents are detained, children are destabilized. When fear spreads, community trust erodes. Other Orange County cities, including Santana, Costa Mesa, and Buena Park, have already taken this step, and I'm a commissioner in the city of Buena Park. To ensure this fund is effective, I encourage collaboration with trusted partners, such as the Orange County Justice Fund and the Orange County Rapid Response Network, along with experienced nonprofit immigration and legal service providers. Item 5.3 reflects Irvine's values, stability, and fairness, and smart governance. I respectfully urge your yes vote. This is not doing something outside of the law. This is representing our values. This is standing up for diversity.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Mower. Mower, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Moore Coey, and I'm currently a junior at Portola High School and a proud resident of Irvine. I recently actually had the opportunity to speak with Mayor Larry Agran at our school's Model United Nations conference about the growing concerns surrounding immigration presence in our city. And I'm here tonight to voice my strong support for the proposed Irvine Immigration Assistance Program. You know, Irvine is one of the most diverse cities in the state and in the nation, and families come here all around the world, bringing languages and cultures. And as a first-generation immigrant myself and a student journalist at Portola High, I've spoken with countless immigrant families who feel distressed and uncertain about the reported presence of ICE agents in our community. Many of them don't know their rights, and they don't know where to turn to for accurate legal guidance. And while the city does offer immigration resources, they're often hard to find or not widely visible. So I think that we need to have stronger outreach efforts like the Know Your Rights programs, like the cards and brochures, to make them far more accessible to the public, whether that's through social media or more widely available on city websites. And I think most importantly that these materials should be provided directly to our schools, because I noticed that students are often the translators and communicators for their families, and they need that accurate information in order to support their loved ones. And I think that real change starts with action, and that begins with the initiation of the immigration assistance.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Siddharth Mehta. Siddharth, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, my name is Siddharth Mehta. I travel from Irvine pretty often. I'm in support of 5.3 for the immigration assistance program. I also want to say that we should probably do something about the 2020 Main Street, because it might be leased to ICE, and if we don't stop the lease to ICE, then Irvine is going to be in great danger, and we're not going to be safe anymore. So I think if the Irvine Police Department could try to prevent the lease to ICE in 2020 Main Street, that would be great. And probably if ICE starts to have a main presence in Irvine, that we should probably arrest these ICE agents for violating state law and unnecessary forces as well. So please support 5.3. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Levy D. Levy, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, City Council members. My name is Libby, and I'm born and raised in Irvine. I'm a resident taxpayer, voter, and employee speaking to you tonight to express my support for the Irvine Immigration Assistance Program. Last Wednesday, February 18th, I was horrified to see Councilmember Lu's post detailing the kidnapping of 3 women by, quote, masked men posing as ICE. Aside from the news that my neighbors were ambushed on their way to work, a particularly fear-inducing part of reading this announcement was that other community members and I could not determine whether this raid was conducted by ICE or criminals pretending to be ICE. And I think that captures the essence of ICE's escalated presence in cities across the nation. It has committed illegal atrocities with little to no punitive action taken against it. Council members, please emulate Costa Mesa, Buena Park, and Santa Ana by giving our immigrant neighbors and anyone else who will inevitably get caught in the ICE dragnet a lifeline in the form of this assistance program with funds distributed directly to local immigration legal aid organizations that have already worked with the immigrant community and earned their trust. Meet with organizations like the OC Justice Fund and the OC Rapid Response Network to improve and ensure the success of this program. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Axel. Axel, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, Mayor Agran and council members for your time. My name is Axel Jimenez, and I want to voice my support for Agenda Item 5.3, Immigration Assistance Program for Irvine residents and employees. With the expansion of ICE offices in Orange County and a rumored office in Irvine, I'm afraid that with this expansion, roving patrols will follow, which will become a threat to the well-being and safety to those living and working here. This program is a great safety net for anyone affected. I also want to advocate for the inclusion of subcontractors, or at least those that work in the city of Irvine but are not city employees, as they contribute greatly to the health and stewardship of Irvine. I work in Irvine, and I am worried for the possibility of ICE confrontations on our project sites located within your city. As in case of emergency, this program would greatly benefit me and my fellow coworkers. Thank you for all the work that you do, and please vote yes for this agenda item. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that is all of the original list of speakers. However, there were 2 late requests via Zoom, and I'll defer to you on whether or not to take those callers.
Why don't we take the last 2, and then we'll proceed here at the dais, all right?
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is Jackie Kay. Jackie, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, my name is Jackie Can, and I live and work in Irvine. I strongly support Agenda Item 5.3 to establish an immigration assistance program for residents and employees. According to the most recent U.S. Census data, nearly 40% of Irvine's population is foreign-born. I myself am the daughter of immigrants, and one of the reasons why I love Irvine is because of our diverse and vibrant community. Research shows that individuals who don't have an attorney are more than three times more likely to be deported. What's being proposed here is practical, evidence-based ways we can protect Irvine families, our friends and neighbors, uphold due process, and preserve the sense of community, stability, and safety that we have here. So I urge you to support item 5.3, and I also want to commend Mayor Agran, Councilmember Liu, and Councilmember Martinez Franco for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, council members, Mayor Agran. I happened to go out to dinner and still make it back while this agenda item was going on. Thank you for taking my call. Briefly, you know, I don't recall the city council going like this after 9/11 when there were administrative warrants and letter subpoenas being used by Homeland Security. You know, it just seems like shock and awe by the city council to make, you know, to go along with people that don't understand preemption, the federal law, controls state law, and the like. And I thought the city doesn't get involved in international affairs. Why would it get involved in immigration matters? Why is city council calling the Council of Mexico over this? But I have no opinion regarding this. I just think that it is window dressing. You can contact the Office of the Attorney General to report potential misconduct by federal agents. Just Google that and it'll take you to a website. At that website, it'll also refer you to attorneys if you need that. Or it'll tell you that if there's an emergency, if you see a crime occurring, call 911. Let's use common sense here. Let's stop exposing ourselves to waste, to misuse of public funds, to fraud, to you know, just all types of nonsense, and exposure to liability when we take things on. You're taking things on that seem to be beyond your jurisdiction, and you're only drawing more attention to us. I got pulled off a plane as an international businessman by home.
Thank you. Your time is up. And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you to all those who offered comments. We appreciate your participation. What I'd like to do, I'll recognize you in a moment, Councilmember Vice Mayor Mai. But what I'd like to do is perhaps put a motion forward, and then you could speak to the motion or to broader issues that you may wish to address. I'll move adoption of the Irvine Immigration Assistance Program as described, with the understanding that if adopted, we will receive reports, timely reports on its progress, certainly no fewer than every 60 days. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Liu. The motion is properly before us. Councilmember, I'm sorry, Councilmember Mai, your name was at the top.
Yeah, I can speak to it. I accidentally hit it.
So you want to speak first?
Sure.
Go right ahead. And then Councilmember Go has asked to be recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, it's just a shame that the comments that were made. It's a shame that the climate we have here in this country now is if we have a matter of opinion, automatically the person is called racist, shameful, or just a joke. I want to preface my comments here. I would never do that to anyone on the council here, and I respect everyone's opinion. I think the differences of opinions is what makes this country great, this city great. And my comments aren't directed to any one single member here, or it's not that I think you're wrong. I just have a difference of opinion, and I'm expressing it tonight. And it's very unpopular, but I'm expressing it. I didn't see a rage or outrage, in the 90s when there's 100,000 deportations, or up till when there's 300,000 deportations. There was no outrage or any actions done at the time. The media really has everyone riled up here. At the core function of our city, this is not a municipal function. Immigration enforcement and immigration defense are federal matters. The city is not a legal defense fund for federal immigration proceedings. Our cities exist to provide police, fire, infrastructure planning, and public safety, not to interfere with federal enforcement actions, regardless if we think they're right or wrong. To me, I mean, like I said, I empathize with the families to the point that I have a nonprofit that reaches out to families that are facing, that have family members who have faced immigration, to support those families that have someone taken from their family. But like many nonprofits that we heard from tonight, there are nonprofits that exist in the city, and we should be utilizing them to help these individuals. We have the resources within the county, and there are plenty of groups that help. There's countless groups, including mine, that can help these people, and we should be doing that. Having the city manager's office basically hire an intake officer, this really politicizes the city attorney's office. That puts the city attorney's job, who's to represent municipal corporation, into a quasi-defense function for individuals facing federal enforcement, and that's mission creep to me. It creates a conflict of whom the city attorney represents, the city or individual residents, or those facing action. I empathize with this, but I really don't see why we can't really focus and provide. We provided resources to people on the website here. We had a pamphlet. Mayor Agran put forward a pamphlet as well. We don't need to politicize this anymore. I mean, we have a function of running a city here and doing the best for our citizens. I mean, we have a county's resources. So I just feel strongly about this, not because from the merits of it, and the merits here from my fellow colleagues. I applaud you for that, but I just think that we should focus on the city of Irvine and not taking a national a viewpoint on what's going on in the country. Focus on Irvine.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor Mai. Councilmember Go, then Councilmember Liu, and Councilmember Treseder.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a slight recommendation. I spoke to staff about this earlier today. Would it be possible to allow the public to donate into the fund as well? And if you guys are ready to receive that, I would love for the maker of the motion and the seconder to consider adding that in as well.
Let me just intervene for a moment, if I might, on this. You know, there are people who from time to time just want to give money to the city in gratitude for whatever services the city has provided. What do we do with those funds?
We could recognize those as revenue and put them into a pot and spend per the direction of the council.
So if somebody says, oh, I want to give, or they die, or they just want to give a gift of $10,000, and they say, I'd like this to be used to help the animal care facility, do we then earmark it for that purpose?
Yes.
All right. We ought to let people know a little more generally throughout the community that the city's open to take their gifts for whatever they may wish to earmark it for. I don't know if that's helpful to you, Councilmember Go, but it is a thought that I have. No problem with that, right, Mr. Melching?
Not that I can think of. As I understand it, Councilmember Go was asking for a friendly amendment to the motion to include in the program the ability to accept donations from third parties.
Yeah, correct.
I don't have a problem with that at all. I'll accept it. Were you the second? Is that acceptable to you as a friendly amendment?
Yes, I'll accept that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see, Councilmember Liu and then Councilmember Treseder.
Well, being called a racist is the first in my life, so that's an interesting comment. I want to reiterate that this program is a city program doing basic city function to protect people within the boundary of the city, protect their safety, guard their legal rights. So we are not overstepping any jurisdiction, federal jurisdiction, or interfering with legitimate federal enforcement activities. We're certainly not politicizing the city attorney's office by asking them to be the department to vet and select a service that will give us the initial, provide the initial intakes. And with regards on focusing on Irvine, many of the callers who criticize this program will say, why not just focus on Irvine? It is focusing on Irvine. That's why we're talking about people who work and live in Irvine. I think that is pretty clear, and nobody is saying we are protecting anybody with any criminal activities or criminal records. And so at this point, I feel like we have pretty much explained everything that we are doing, and I agree that we should, because this is a new program and things are very fluid, we should periodically have a review and a report on how things are going and whether we need more support or less. And I hope that we get the support by the entire council, but it doesn't look like that.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate this proposal. I think it's great. I definitely am more than happy to allocate $100,000 to this. As far as I'm concerned, the city will lose a lot of income from tourists and so forth if we don't maintain peace here. And so I think this is money well spent. I don't know what the numbers are for Irvine, but I believe in Orange County as a whole that we've lost millions of dollars just for the hotel industry alone, because folks are afraid to come to Orange County. I don't want that. I just have a couple of questions about the details. So the intake officer, okay, so basically my hope is that we can dedicate as much of this $100,000 as we can to helping the targeted folks and limit overhead and so forth. So I just have a question about the intake officer, because I see that the city attorney's office would be directed to hire a qualified intake officer. Would this be someone on salary, or how would that work? Would it be someone that the city is the employer of, or the city attorney's office?
The concept, Councilmember Treseder, is that we would engage a consultant. There are other parties out there in the marketplace now that have good familiarity with the range of services and good connections with the range of services. So we would engage someone. They would not be a city employee. They would certainly not be the city attorney or anybody from the city attorney's office. They would be a consultant, and they would be paid on functionally a time and materials basis. Okay. There's a preliminary estimate in there that we think that it would cost about $300 per intake to process. So we think that $100,000 could go a long way in that context.
Okay, that sounds great. And then, so say they are referred to an attorney that is specialized in their area. That's the idea?
That is the idea.
Okay. And so then that $100,000 would go towards the attorney's fees then?
Yeah, we certainly are not looking to have, there's a lot of free legal services that are available, and so for people that would qualify for assistance from us are likely to qualify for free legal services, but we did include in the staff report a notation that the city manager would have discretion over some expenditure on legal fees.
Okay. Yeah. And then how would you decide, how would you decide who to hire as the intake officer?
Well, for me, I would be consulting with Ms. Erickson, who spends a lot more time in this space, has a lot of experience with this space and these people, and I'd also be consulting with the city staff to make sure that there was agreement on that.
Okay. Yeah. All right, that sounds great. Thank you.
Councilmember Liu has apparently a question. Councilmember Liu.
Just to follow up on that, and would you be able to clarify that maybe Ms. Erickson can answer that? Have you been in contact with any other services that are already doing this work?
Yes, we have. And there are lots of nonprofits, not lots, there are some nonprofits out there that are doing this exact work, and those would be the people that the city manager and the city attorney would be looking to potentially come in that expertise, that field, to do this work.
And I guess the next question is directed to Mr. Melching. Would this require an RFP process?
It does not. It's a professional services agreement. It wouldn't require an RFP process. It'd certainly be the council's prerogative if they wanted to direct the procurement method. That you certainly could do that, but it doesn't require it.
So it doesn't require one, but there's nothing against it either.
That's right.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that concludes the council comments. There's a motion properly before us. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
No.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Nope.
Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carries 5-2 with Councilmember Carroll and Vice Mayor Mai voting no.
Thank you. Thank you to all who spoke, and we'll look forward to reports on the progress of the program. Thank you all very much. Council members want a break or not? No? All right, we'll keep going. We skipped over items 5.1 and 5.2. Why don't we, for the benefit of those who weren't paying attention to our every word and procedure, why don't we once again identify item 5.1 by title?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 5.1 is a consideration of a request by Councilmember Treseder to discuss a request for action on City Council speaking procedures policy and 2026 appointments to the Policies and Procedures Review Subcommittee.
Thank you. And it obviously relates to item 5.2 as well. Why don't you identify that, if you would, please?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I missed that. Item 5.2 you wanted?
Yeah, just I want people to feel free to speak to both, but just identify by title item 5.2.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 5.2 is City Council Policies and Procedures Subcommittee recommendations.
All right. Councilmember Treseder, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I hope to discuss and everything are like my 5.1 before we go to 5.2, please. And so, so this is something I didn't really want to press the issue here, but just to give a quick timeline, back last October 2025, I was noticing some speaking opportunities that some of the speaking opportunities did not seem to be distributed the way that I would have maybe expected. And so I asked for clarification of it, and I was advised to agendize an item to talk about it. So I did that in October, and during the discussion, I really appreciate it. Everybody else on the council said, look, we're happy to just be very flexible about the speaking policy, and potentially what we could do is just have anybody who wanted to speak could speak at a given event. And that was great. At that point, the mayor said that he and Councilmember Carroll were on the policy subcommittee for the council, and he suggested that I make a motion to have the policy subcommittee clarify all that speaking policy and then bring it back. And at the time, they said that they could have it back to us in November. And so that was great. I made that motion. It was passed unanimously, I think. And then in November, it came and went. Didn't see that being agendized. December, same thing. Didn't see it being agendized. And then the first meeting of January 13th, this last January, we were voting on who would be this year's representatives on the policy subcommittee. And the mayor suggested that because the policy subcommittee had not come back with that speaking policy yet, that we should delay the vote on the policy subcommittee members by 30 days. And they would have that report back in 30 days, and then we could vote for it then. That all sounded fine. So then we waited, and the deadline for agendizing that report and vote within 30 days came and went. So then I agendized my item. And then a few days later, I appreciate this, the mayor and Councilmember Carroll agendized their report, which is why their report is the next agenda item. Now, as I was doing my due diligence for this discussion, I was checking to see who was on the subcommittee and last year. And it turned out actually that the mayor and Councilmember Carroll were not on the subcommittee, and that the subcommittee had been dissolved the previous year. So, so now we are here. I'm trying to think of how to approach this. In general, I am satisfied in terms of the speaking policy, whether it's written down or not. As far as it's functioning now, I have no problems with it whatsoever. I'm not sure that we really need to vote on a formal speaking policy, though I'm definitely up for it. The reason that I really want to be sure that we discuss this now is because I didn't want that report holding up the vote for the new subcommittee members. I didn't want that to be delayed any longer. So what I'm hoping that we could discuss for this item is whether we should revive the policy subcommittee. Is this worthwhile? Do we see a need for it? And then if we do, then I suggest that we vote on the new representatives for the subcommittee. And then I recognize that the next item will go into more details about it. It appears as though the mayor and Councilmember Carroll have put together additional red lines on another part of the city policy. So I'm happy to talk about that then, but I suggest that we talk now about whether we need to have the subcommittee going forward and who should be on it.
Well, we'll consider that topic kind of conjoined with the 5.1 inquiries regarding speaking policy. I want to speak to this, if I might, because you said a couple of things that I was very pleased to hear. My attitude toward council members and the mayor speaking at various public events, and for the public at large who may not know this, we get invited to dozens and dozens of events. The mayor, the whole council, we get invited to those events, and each of us is somewhat selective as to the events we can attend. And I appreciate particularly Councilmember Liu, Councilmember Go. Actually, most of the council members have been remarkable in their willingness to attend events, whether it's a simple ribbon cutting or something a little more formal. And I hope it's appreciated by my colleagues that my attitude reflects the flexibility that Councilmember Treseder described as part of her remarks. When we're invited to an event, I hear my mother and her advice to me when I was growing up and when I was a young man, and she would say, "Dear, make sure and be nice and include everybody." Okay, so I've followed that advice. When we're invited to events, they want typically a welcome or a few words from the mayor. And as far as I'm concerned, any council member in attendance who wants to say a few words, I will be sure to accommodate that. We have a wonderful, by the way, public information office that sometimes equips us with talking points or verbatim remarks that we might wish to make so that we can welcome people, acknowledge people on behalf of the entire city council, the entire governing community here in Irvine. So with respect to that, I personally don't feel we need a policy. This business of, well, if something's taking place in a district, then the district person has a right to speak, and if it's in the Great Park, the Great Park Chair, as well as the representative of that particular district, which happens to be one and the same as things stand now with Chair Go. And I just feel that this is something that can be worked out simply. I'm willing to sit here and work out who gets to speak, who has a right to speak, and who doesn't. I will just tell you, anybody who wants to speak at any event where I'm invited and I'm speaking, I will absolutely accommodate any request to be heard. I will add one thing that I know from many, many, many years of experience, that the maximum tolerance of an audience at some event where they came, whether it was a sporting event, a performing arts event, a festival, or whatever, the maximum tolerance for hearing from public elected officials collectively is about 6 to 8 minutes. After that, they begin to resent us. I just know that to be the case. You got to trust me on that. So if 4 council members or 3 council members wish to be heard at an event, I can promise you I would limit my own comments to 60 or 90 seconds and then turn to my colleagues and happily turn the podium over to them. I don't know if that, by way of a description, is satisfactory to just leave this item up to the mayor and the rest of us to work out on a case-by-case basis. But at any time, if anybody feels they want to be heard at an event, I promise you I will see to it that it happens. And our PIO, Public Information Office, is ready to assist anyone who wishes to speak. Does that take care of this item? Or, okay, then we want to get into a specific written policy?
Oh, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. So first of all, to respond, I appreciate the change in the actions of inviting folks to speak, and I am happy with it now. So thank you. The issue that I would love to have clarity from the council on is whether we should revive the Policies and Procedures Review Subcommittee, and then, if so, we should vote on who is going to be on the subcommittee for the next year. But maybe...
All right, if I might just kind of review the history here on that. Did we, when we were filling all the committee assignments, did we dispense with
I'm so
this
sorry.
committee?
I was talking.
Oh, okay, I'll recognize you, forgive me. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I appreciate it. Okay.
Please, go ahead.
All right, thank you. So what I suggest is that we could probably listen to the public speakers. I think that there are folks who want to have some things to say. And then after that, I'll make my motion. Thank you.
Do we have speakers?
We do, Mayor. We have 10 requests to speak, 7 in person and 3 on Zoom.
How many in person?
7 in person and 3 on Zoom.
That's just about everybody here. All right, why don't we hear them at this time?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Mona, Joanne, Wendy, Sandy L., Carol, Steve, and Heidi. And we'll start with Mona.
Let me invite you, Councilmember Treseder, if you wish to put a motion on the table here so that people can respond to that, you're welcome to do so. If not, that's all right as well, of course.
I'm happy to wait till after.
All right, go right ahead.
here we are again. I just can't believe that we're sitting having this long conversation. We have districts now. So what used to apply before when everybody was at large, then you had to figure out different things, who goes where. Each one of you represents a different district. So what Mayor was suggesting makes perfect sense. Why we have to go on for half an hour on something that absolutely makes no sense. And we're talking about procedures, you're talking whatever. Kathleen, can you please be respectful to the city council members that are your colleagues? This is disgusting that we have to watch this. It's not about you. It's about us, the citizens, the residents. Stop this bickering. All I want from you is to work together. But I don't know why we need subcommittees and committees. We keep on creating committees that don't work for us. I know you want to run again, but that's not the way to do it. Thank you.
Joanne?
Welcome.
Thank you so much. First of all, I totally disagree with Mona. I think respect goes both ways. If you guys are going to bicker, you guys have to work it out together, or you have to be respectful of each other. It's not okay to just blame Councilmember Treseder for what's going on. That I totally disagree with, and I'm sorry you have to go through that. And I'm sorry you were all spoken to negatively today. None of you deserve that ever. You work really hard for us, and I appreciate you. So I have to do this, otherwise I'm going to mess up. So I'm genuinely confused why such an important governance and policy review subcommittee was not created when the new council members were seated. Other committees were updated and refreshed, yet the body responsible for reviewing council policies, procedures, and meeting governance was left unchanged. Having attended many meetings in person over the year, I can see firsthand that the rules of City Hall are not always clear, and they are not applied consistently. We've heard repeated public concerns about speaker queue procedures, signage, and how time limits and order are administered. Heidi and others have raised these issues thoughtfully, and they reflect what many residents experience: confusion about the process and uncertainty about how decisions are being made in real time. Even the ordinance before you notes a CEQA's exemption because it is a purely procedural, which underscores that this item is about governance rules. But those rules still matter because they shape how major land use decisions like Oak Creek are debated, amended, and ultimately voted on in this chamber. This is not about criticism, it's about good governance. Clear, consistently applied policies protect the public, protect the council, and strengthen trust in this institution. A dedicated subcommittee would provide a transparent forum to review outdated policies, recommend improvements, and ensure procedures are fair, predictable, and evenly enforced. Please appoint subcommittee members so governance rules can be modernized and public participation at City Hall can function in a clear, orderly, and equitable way. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Wendy?
Welcome.
Just for clarity, so the agenda item as I'm reading it is discussion of a subcommittee to discuss policies and procedures on the rules of a city council meeting, speaking rules, public comment rules, voting rules, not just about you speaking out in public. So I just want to clarify that. That's my understanding. So I'm speaking tonight only in my capacity as a 27-year resident of Irvine. I'm glad to see this agenda item regarding public comment protocols. I'm here to advocate for a review of these policies because current practices discourage public participation. I frequently see neighbors asking why more people don't speak at meetings. I maintain they don't come because there's a lack of transparency, unpredictable, shifting rules, and quite frankly, bullying and intimidation. Roughly 2 years ago, I was the subject of such intimidation, which I felt violated the spirit of the Brown Act. During a packed, highly charged, and divisive meeting, the sitting presiding officer at the time publicly called out my first and last name in response to my criticism of an agenda item, a name I had not given to the public and on Cox Cable. The response was argumentative, and I was not given a chance to reply. I was left shaken and traumatized, needing an escort to my car for fear of retaliation from the crowd. While I continue to show up because public input is vital, I want others to feel safe doing so as well. I urge this council to establish a subcommittee utilizing the diverse perspectives of our 7-member body to review these protocols. We need incentives for the public to speak, not barriers, intimidation, and unpredictable rules. Let us create a welcoming, transparent environment for all residents to engage. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Sandy L.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. And I too have the same understanding as the previous speaker about, we're talking about protocols, not about speaking at public events. City Council is meant to be the most accessible level of government where residents can speak directly to those making decisions that shape our city. But that promise only works when rules are fair, consistent, and transparent. Right now, that is not what many of us are experiencing. The following are codes of ethics expected at a minimum from our mayor and council. Right to criticize. The Brown Act prohibits councils from banning criticism of agencies, policies, procedures, programs, or services. Decorum standards. While criticism is allowed, members of the public cannot engage in impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks, some of which we heard tonight. Orderly conduct. Disruptive behavior such as shouting, threats, or interrupting can lead to removal from the meeting. And time management. Councils can set reasonable time limits on speakers provided they are applied consistently. We have watched time and time again that these codes of ethics have not been adhered to. This collectively creates the appearance of unfairness, inconsistency, and shifting standards. When rules change from speaker to speaker, from meeting to meeting, or depending on who is involved, it erodes public confidence. Please move forward with 5.1 and establish a subcommittee to genuinely review and improve current policies in order to restore public trust. Thank you.
Carol.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome.
Thank you. I'd also like to say I'm really confused right now because I read exactly what was in 5.1, which had nothing to do with what the mayor was saying. And in fact, 5.2 was him submitting his version of the rules. So if he had confusion, I'm not exactly clear why he would submit 5.2 if he didn't understand 5.1. And it proved the point of why we need this. All of a sudden, we're told 5.1 and 5.2 are 1 point. I came with 2 speeches. What does that do to the public? Where's the transparency? How do we know what we're speaking to and we're not speaking to when the rules change at the whim of the presiding officer? Rules need to be there for you on the dais, and rules need to be there for us in the public so that we have open communication. The Brown Act exists to ensure transparency, fairness, and public participation. Procedural rules about when public comments happen, how long speakers get, and how responses occur directly affects that legal right. Let me say that clearly. Right now, those rules are not clear to the public. They change every meeting that the presiding officer is in charge of. And that's why we need this subcommittee, so that there's clear rules and policies are put up. I have stood at this podium now multiple times and have had back and forth with the mayor. It is intimidating, it is inappropriate, it is, to my mind, a Brown Act violation. And I also watched the same thing happen last council meeting with a librarian who came to speak to the mayor. She was essentially deposed. If you haven't sat or stood on this side, it is not proper procedure to have that happen, and rules need to be in place. What is being determined by Mr. Melchin as being brief is not the case when 20 minutes go by or a person goes back to their seat and they're still being spoken to. So we need rules in place. We need a subcommittee established. We can't have the unpredictable status that we currently have. The Brown Act is not just a technical requirement. It reflects a principle that the public's voices must be heard in a structured, neutral, and fair environment. If the rules are unclear or applied inconsistently as they are now, that undermines trust and creates legal risk for the city. That's why structure matters. Transparency is not just about posting the agenda, it's about the process and integrity. Clear rules protect the public, they protect this council, and they protect the city from unnecessary conflict and litigation. Please vote in tonight for a new subcommittee. It's necessary. We're now 7 on the council, on the dais, and we need to have it properly reflected. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Steve?
Welcome, sir.
Good evening. I'm really thankful to Mayor Agran for shuffling the agenda and allowing me to hear what I heard on the previous issue. I'm here to speak on item 5.1, and I make it short, basically saying that I support Catherine Treseder's effort and memo regarding the policy subcommittee. And it's a shame that it is this subcommittee is being held back for so long. Please bring it back, please make it happen, and I think it will make our city better. But now I feel compelled and even obligated to say the following. I live in Irvine for 35 years. I'm an immigrant, as you can tell by my accent. I think that equating those who came here legally, who live here legally, and who came here and live here illegally is madness and suicide. It is very hard to prevent a person, a city, a state, and a country from committing suicide. This issue of this legal help is trivial, but the underlying issue is existential. So that said, I'm thankful to Mr. James Mai for his principled position in resisting this madness. Please keep up your good work. I'm proud for voting for you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Heidi?
Welcome.
Thank you, members of the council, Mayor Agran. Someone said earlier a word that I was thinking that concerns me, and that's the word whim. I disagree. I don't think this is something that shouldn't be just left to the whim of the council and the mayor. There should definitely be a procedure. I think that's convenient maybe on the members or the mayor's side, but you need to look at this from our perspective, and we need those procedures. That's what fortifies us. So that being said, thank you, Councilmember Treseder, for stepping up and insisting that Irvine finally adopt clear, fair speaking procedures. Residents deserve a process that respects our time and guarantees that every voice can be heard without confusion or favoritism. I first raised the need for a digital public speaker roster back in August because the current system leaves too much room for inconsistency. I appreciate that you're pushing to bring this policy forward so the council and the public can move ahead with confidence. And if the policy subcommittee needs community representation, I would be more than willing to volunteer my time and serve. Our city works best when residents and council members build solutions together. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Alan Meyerson.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening again, council members. I wasn't going to speak on this, but after hearing some of the previous speakers say what they said, I'm wondering what meetings they were at, because lack of transparency I've not seen. Anybody can come here and speak their mind. I'm here every council meeting speaking my mind. I am not, because there's not a policy for speaking procedures policy, that doesn't keep me from coming here and speaking my mind. So I'm not sure why this is an issue. I don't understand why it's a big issue. I do understand that when the mayor was speaking earlier, I was watching Councilmember Treseder with her head on her chair, cocked to the side, with her kind of a snotty little look on her face like she always gets when the mayor is speaking, disrespectful. I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate people not understanding what the Brown Act is. I don't appreciate people saying things that just aren't true. This just isn't a big deal to me. It's up to the council to decide what they want to do. The mayor has prerogatives. He was voted in as the mayor, not as a council member. He has prerogatives. He can make decisions because he's the mayor. If you guys want to make those decisions, run for mayor. Be a mayor. It's kind of sad, really, that people think people won't come here because of 5.1. People don't want to speak because of 5.1. People can come here. They don't come here because they're really not involved. They just want to complain. They want to post on Nextdoor and complain about things. But when it comes to showing up and actually speaking about things and saying what their opinions are, they're not here. And then people come up here and say, it's because of your policies and procedures, that's why people aren't coming here. That's not why people aren't coming here. People aren't coming here because they don't have a backbone. They just want to complain, and they don't want to do anything about it.
Thank you for your comments. How many more do we have?
There's one more, the original list of speakers in the queue. There were 2 late requests.
Those would be 90 seconds, is that correct?
The last 2, correct.
All right, go right ahead.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mom. You may unmute your mic.
Hi. The Ralph M. Brown Act, Government Code 54950, declares that the people insist on remaining informed so they may retain control over the instruments they have created. Tonight, you are being asked to appoint members to a policy subcommittee that will shape agenda control, public comment, structure, voting order, and meeting procedure. Those are not minor clerical adjustments. They go directly to how public power is exercised. Under Government Code 54952, standing committees of the legislative body are themselves subject to the Brown Act. That means composition matters, transparency matters, balance matters. When procedures governing speech, agenda placement, and voting are being rewritten, the body reviewing them should reflect the diversity of the full council, not a narrow block. A properly constituted subcommittee protects the city from allegations of predetermination, back-channel consensus building, or viewpoint restriction. It protects the integrity of your final vote. If this body is going to amend how it governs itself, the process must be beyond reproach. Please appoint a balanced subcommittee, ensure compliance with the Brown Act, protect the public trust. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
I was in the queue beforehand. I should have more than 90 seconds, but I just want to make sure that you guys understand that Larry Agran was arrested while he was running for president because he wasn't allowed to speak when he should have been given the opportunity to speak. Wendy Bakota, who's a commissioner of Melinda Liu, neglected to follow policies that require her to identify herself as a commissioner before she speaks at the dais. She didn't follow the rules. You guys already have rules. Larry, with regard to the Q rules, doesn't follow them, but he's the mayor. He gets to control the meetings. You guys need to respect the office. Ms. Treseder's agenda item is vague and ambiguous. She doesn't identify any rules that need to be reviewed. You guys have rules in place. When there's 20 people, we get 3 minutes. After that, it goes to 2 minutes. Then it goes to 90 seconds. Larry hasn't been following that, and you guys haven't pushed against him for the rest of us, for us to speak. You haven't done anything, Ms. Treseder. Ms. Treseder, if you want to have a prerogative to control things, run for mayor. Show up to actual events. You don't even show up to city events. You rarely show up regularly to city events to even attempt to speak. Hold events in your district so you have an opportunity to speak. Go to the Mirage Center. They love you there, don't they? Or JCC. They'll let you speak. You can speak as much as you want, Kathleen.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Dee Dee. You may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Hi, I just want to go over the history of Treseder. Countless attempts at limiting freedom of speech. This is just another way to do it by creating bureaucracy that isn't even necessary. And may I remind you, Treseder is the person who tried to block people's freedom to protest and anything else, and she's the one who walks out of the meeting constantly when she doesn't agree with what the residents are saying. So this is a complete waste of time, and she's never put anything on the agenda that actually betters residents' lives directly. And also, speaking of Wendy Bogota, you're on the diversity DEI committee laughing at residents speaking about how some people are not seen or counted. You are sitting at a DEI committee bullying a resident. So, I mean, I don't take your word for, I don't put any weight on your words. But you still get to speak because the system is working. So I don't see what the whole point of this bureaucracy being created. It has worked well, and honestly, Mayor Agran and has shown time and time again, he's very serious about freedom of speech. And he's the very few people who stayed till 1, 2 a.m. to hear every resident who wanted to speak.
Thank you. Your time is up. And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Treseder?
Okay, so I'll make a motion just to move things along. So I move that we reinstate the Council Policy and Procedures Subcommittee for this year, pending a draft of the bylaws for that subcommittee, because I understand that's important, and that we, following that, vote to appoint a policy subcommittee members, about three policy subcommittee members.
Is there a second?
Second.
That motion was seconded by Councilmember and Vice Mayor James Amai, and is properly before us. Do you wish to speak to it, Councilmember Treseder, or should we just turn to others?
Yeah, no, thank you. I think that the public commenters have said a lot here. There is a sense that we need some policy and procedures to be developed so that there's consistency in application, especially for the public speakers. And I don't see any harm in forming this subcommittee to do that. Thank you.
All right, as things stand now, we do not have a subcommittee, is that correct?
Mayor, this takes a little bit of explanation.
Yes, please, go ahead.
So in the end, the answer is there's a subcommittee. The question is, what is its charge? And like I said, it takes a little bit of storytelling. In the end, there was some confusion and error, staff error, in the process, which makes this chronology a little confusing. There's been a policy subcommittee, procedures and policies subcommittee for several years. And in November of 2024, staff brought forward a set of bylaws and policies for council consideration. The bylaws got adopted that night, and I think some of the policies got adopted that night, but one policy didn't. And the policy that didn't get adopted that night was the one that had to do with council utilization of staff resources. And so there was a discussion of it that night. Now, at this time, November 2024, the Policies and Procedures Subcommittee still existed, and the members were Councilmember Treseder and Councilmember Carroll. That night, a different subcommittee was formed for the purpose of amending the singular policy relating to staff, council utilization of staff resources. And you and Councilmember Carroll were the members of that committee. That was the November 2024. At the time that committee was called the Bylaws Committee, it was a shorthand notation that was used to describe the committee. Even though the bylaws were adopted that night, it was just a shorthand notation. It was meant to be changed later. Fast forward to 2025, January. In 2025, January, the roster came before the council for approval. The Policies Committee, the committee that had Councilmember Treseder and Councilmember Carroll on it, was dissolved. The so-called Bylaws Committee continued to be comprised of you and Councilmember Carroll. Then fast forward a little bit more. I've got the date here. I don't think it really matters. Shortly thereafter, sometime thereafter, I think staff administratively recognized that what they were calling the Bylaws Committee, which had a charge of reviewing the council interface with staff policy, got renamed. And it got renamed the Policies Committee. And I think at that point in time, that's what fed into the confusion about whether that original committee had the same scope as the committee that formerly had Councilmembers Treseder and Carroll on it. So then, fast forward from there, there was an agenda item, Councilmember Treseder referenced it, I think it was October of 25, where that committee, which was the Bylaws Committee, got renamed to the Policies Committee, was assigned the additional responsibility of working on the speaking protocol. And that then is what sort of brings us forward to today. In the meantime, you and Councilmember Carroll, we haven't got to item 5.2 yet, we're working on the speaking protocol and other issues that arguably weren't within the scope of the original formation of that committee or the assignment that came in October. So, like I said, I apologize for the confusion, and staff certainly regrets the mistake in the process, but that's what happened.
Okay. So with that, could you read the motion?
Sure. The motion, as I understand it, is to reinstate the Council Policies and Procedures Subcommittee for 2026, pending draft of bylaws for the subcommittee and appointment of 3 members. And I'll defer to Councilmember Treseder if I missed a step or missed part of that.
All right. Let me just say in defense of Councilmember Carroll and myself, I acknowledge that the procedures addressed in 5.2 governing aspects of council business, not speaking issues, which, by the way, originally the matter of speaking was about speaking at public events, where I understand there was concern expressed by some that they wanted to speak at events and weren't allowed to, or that others had concerns. I think it was about incidents that I wasn't involved in even, but in any event, I knew it was a concern of Councilmember Treseder. So when I see on the agenda, City Council Policies and Procedures Review Committee, which is 5.2, and then preceding that, because under our rules, if you submit an agenda item, they're taken in order and put on the agenda in the order submitted. That is request for action on council speaking procedures policy. I felt that that was addressing the concern that was previously expressed. Now this is kind of morphed into a broader thing. I will tell you this, Councilmember Carroll and I, we worked not speedily, but conscientiously with the help of staff. And yes, the 30-day deadline that you referred to, Councilmember Treseder, we did blow past it and put it on now. But the kinds of things that we were dealing with, there was no intentional effort to delay the matter. Quite the contrary. The question was, could we kind of pull it together and get it on a council agenda, so it had to wait till now. There was nothing intentional about it whatsoever, lacking in transparency or whatever. Serving on that committee, as far as I'm concerned, I'm happy to let somebody else be on that committee. You know, anybody who's participated in organizations knows that the most unpleasant work is getting assigned to a bylaws or procedures committee. I feel that way about this. I'm always open to suggestions, better ways to conduct our council meetings, better ways to conduct our council business, getting things on the agenda item and so forth. Happy to defer to others in creating a new committee. But at the same time, when we get to 5.2, there are a number of substantive aspects that I want to address that I guess we'll wait a few minutes to address. Councilmember Treseder, I guess I would ask you, are there 3 people you want on a committee or 2 people? You kind of have a compound motion.
Oh, thank you. I would be happy to have 2 separate votes on that, but I can also have them together. Looking at the requests to be on the subcommittee from earlier this year in January, Councilmember Go and I both requested. And so I would be happy to consider that, and then maybe a 3rd person if they would like to self-nominate. I don't have any preference.
All right. Your motion is, read it again.
The motion is to reinstate Council Policies and Procedures Subcommittee for 2026 pending the drafting of bylaws for the subcommittee and the appointment of 3 members.
All right. So the actual appointment of members would come after the adoption of this. Is that what you're saying?
I was envisioning that.
Okay. Very well. Absent any, I'm sorry. Your name is here, Councilmember Treseder, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Councilmember Mai.
Yeah, so procedurally, we're gonna adopt this and then we're gonna go to nominations. Is that correct? Am I getting it right? Okay.
If we adopt it, that's correct. So as I understand it, this has nothing to do with speaking at public events.
No, but thank you for clarifying. Okay. It's just to be on the just to revive the subcommittee.
This is about the subcommittee. Okay. Very well. The motion is properly before us. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Carroll.
No.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carries 6-1 with Councilmember Carroll voting no.
Okay. Did you?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
I was thinking that now would be a time if somebody wanted to self-nominate, they could self-nominate if that's okay with you.
So you wish to be on?
Yeah.
Councilmember Go wishes to be on? I don't want to be on.
Mayor, did you say you'd like to be on it?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
I will nominate myself.
You what? Okay. Councilmember Martinez Franco has self-nominated. I think we could just...
I would like to self-nominate as well.
Okay, now we've got 4. Now we've got a complicated situation. Okay. How does this work, Mr. Melching? Should people just have a chance to vote for 3? Is that how it would work?
I think, Mayor, that's the simplest way to do it. Have each council member in sequence name the 3 that they would vote for.
I can make this really simple.
I'll make it simple. I'll just rescind my self-nomination. Let's move forward. Let's move forward.
Okay.
Okay.
There are three who have stepped up. I'll just I'll move that. Well, I guess we can just. Is there just a motion to adopt those 3?
I think that's what I would suggest, but I'll defer to Mr. Melching.
Yes, a motion to select Councilmember Treseder, Councilmember Go, and Councilmember Martinez Franco as the 3 members of the reconstituted policy subcommittee.
Very well.
I'll second that.
All right. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. That concludes item 5.1. Item 5.2. Would the clerk please identify this item by title?
City Council Policies and Procedures Subcommittee Recommendations.
All right. Councilmember Carroll and I, with the assistance of staff, principally, I think yourself, Mr. Peterson, and our city attorney, and Michelle Grittenberg, assistant city manager. We met from time to time on these matters, and to tell you the truth, the only one that really concerns me tonight is the submission of memos for council members who wish to agendize an item. What has happened recently is that memos are being submitted at the last minute for items that make it almost impossible for the staff to properly agendize those items, notify the public, and invite the public's participation. What I've concluded, and we've talked about working with the city manager, and what Councilmember Carol and I have laid out here was a council policy that would have council members wishing to agendize an item to put a memo in 3 weeks in advance of the council meeting, on which at least 3 weeks in advance of the council meeting on which they wish to have that item agendized. And that would give staff sufficient time to assemble a history, a little bit of information, data if needed, so that when it actually comes to the council, it would be at least half-baked and not zero-baked. And I think that would improve a lot of the work we do here at the dais. It certainly would make it much, much easier for our staff and for the city clerk's office. When these memos have been coming in literally at 11:59 a.m., which was 1 minute before the deadline on a Tuesday, so that it could be on the subsequent Tuesday's agenda, that simply is unfair to our entire staff, particularly the city clerk's office. So what this is asking for is additional time, whether it's 3 weeks, if no staff work is required, 2 weeks. And I think that would then make for better city council meetings and consideration of items that have a little bit of backup to them before they actually make it onto the agenda. That's the one that concerns me the most. As far as the other items, I think, Jeff, you could go over the other recommendations that we've been making here, all right? Please go right ahead. Maybe an appropriate motion would be in order.
I think we have a little presentation, Mayor.
Oh, good.
Do you want us to talk about the speaking protocol? I know there was a little discussion about that in the last agenda item.
Well,
or would you rather just get to the policies and procedures?
Well, you mean speaking protocols for public meetings, public gatherings?
Yeah.
I don't know if the council's satisfied, if they think we need a written policy on all that, or if they're satisfied that they can just talk to me if they want to be heard at any public gathering, and I'll see to it that they're accommodated. Why don't we leave that for a moment?
Okay.
And you talk about the other items first, okay?
Okay. It's a pleasure to skip some slides. So apparently I've gone too far, though. Okay, the goal of the procedural updates for the council policies and procedures was principally to learn from some of the experiences that we've had about how public comments have been conducted, about how agenda items are presented to the council, about how the agenda is ordered. And then to propose revisions on those dynamics. So the next slides have sort of side-by-sides that show the current policy and then the revised policy, and we can kind of go through them one by one. The first thing that we the suggested change was that the current policy says that it's the city manager that causes the agenda to be posted. I think the reality of the experience is that it is the city manager in consultation with the mayor making decisions about sort of the volume of materials, trying to juggle whether an agenda is too heavy and whether something should be pushed to the next agenda, those types of things. And so this was really trying to align with practices. So that's the first change. The second change, Mayor, you already covered, and that is for items that require a staff report or presentation. Currently, our policies give 2 weeks before a city council meeting, but really what's more important is 1 week before an agenda posting for that item to be presented by the council to the staff. That leaves the staff with 1 week to get the agenda, to do the work that's necessary to prepare a staff report and put the item on the agenda. And the experience with that has been that because a lot of the time those items aren't known before they're submitted, they tend to be on top of whatever workload already exists, and 1 week tends to not be enough to do justice to those items. A different dynamic with the items that don't require a staff report or presentation, we've noticed from time to time an agenda memo will get submitted. And because if it gets submitted on the day of agenda publication, there's really no chance for staff to go back and say things like, we can't get that done in 30 days. And you're saying, get it done in 30 days. It'll really take 60 days. Those types of things, or sometimes a resolution will be necessary or a resolution will be presented and it's not in the right form. And so the idea was just to create just a little more space to make sure that those items were in better shape before they found their way onto the agenda. So that's why backing the timelines up by 1 week for each of those two types of agenda items. The next set of revisions had to do with revisions to the order of the agenda. And there's really a couple things happening here that are important. The first, probably less important, we recognized that sometimes, depending on the weight of a closed session agenda, we would want to hold a closed session before we had a study session or a workshop or a scoping session. And our current policies say that we're supposed to do the study session and the workshop and the scoping session before the closed session. So we just created some flexibility by indicating that all of those things are in the same priority, and we can kind of choose which one goes before the other depending on the weight of your closed session agenda. And frankly, the importance of the workshop item. The next change we think is, when I say we, it's really the committee. I'm sorry for using the we in this context. We have learned over time that occasionally an item will get removed from the agenda. And it will get removed from the agenda under the item that says additions and deletions. And what the concern that we had is that if you have members of the public that come to a city council meeting thinking they're going to speak on an item, and then it gets removed in additions and deletions, they're left without any context to speak in. So what we did is we moved general public comments to after the additions and deletions. That way, if somebody comes and they thought they were going to speak on an agendized item and the agendized item gets canceled, they can still speak in general public comment about that item because it won't be on the agenda anymore. So the idea is to not disappoint people who come and see that their items are canceled. This is another, it's really a cleanup item. It turns out that our current policy says it won't take any public comments before 5 o'clock, but the reality is we do closed session at 4 o'clock a lot of the time, and the Brown Act says we're supposed to take public comments on items before we go into closed session at 4 o'clock. So this just recognizes that it's the public comments on non-agendized items, general public comment that won't happen until 5 o'clock. Other types of public comments could happen earlier. I think there was also a reference in there to regular meetings that was added, and that was to clarify that, if we have a special meeting at 2 o'clock, we're going to be taking public comments earlier than 5 o'clock. On the public comments on non-agenda items, we wanted to clarify that after the city clerk announces the number of requests received, that would be the cutoff for flipping to people who put in to speak after that would go to 90 seconds. Right now, we have a little bit of a different protocol where it's harder to tell when the 90 seconds begins, and we thought we'd have more certainty if we handled it that way. We also tried. We've had a couple of circumstances in the last few months where comments, sort of responses back to public commenters and general public comments have come immediately after that person spoke. And so we thought, let's just get a uniform procedure for that. We're not going to do that. We're not going to have direct responses to people that come and speak in general public comment. But we did want to preserve the ability to be responsive, even if it included a referral to city staff or a short answer to a question that was asked. But that would happen at the end of all public comments. I think this is as good a place as any to point out, because I think there's some confusion about how this works with the Brown Act. This rule about not giving a response to a public commenter, it applies in the context of general public comments. On individual agendized items, that's not the rule. The rule, I mean, it is, the council has exercised good decorum over time to sort of not get confrontational with individual public speakers. But on an agendized item, an item of council business or a public hearing, if a public speaker comes up and it is allowed through the council process to have a dialogue with that public speaker, it's not a Brown Act problem. And that's why this red language on the bottom of this slide, you will not see in the context of agendized public comments. We wanted to be clear that the time period for speaking on consent calendar agenda items it's all treated as a single item. So if you want to speak about 4 consent calendar items in your agendized public comments, you're going to get one time slot allotment, whether it's 3 minutes or 2 minutes or 90 seconds. This is a repeat of the slide that I showed you about general public comments and how we were going to manage the flipping to the 90 seconds after the city clerk calls the number of speakers. It's just in the context of agendized items rather than general public comment. Announcements and committee reports. It happens that our current policies envision that each council member would get 3 minutes to do their announcements and committee reports, but it also says 15 minutes, and it's just a remnant of when we had a 5-person council. So it's 21 minutes now. And then we did insert a sentence. It wasn't made necessarily to constrain what people say in announcements and committee reports, but to emphasize that there's a Brown Act obligation to do a report out for any sort of regional committee that you sit on that pays a stipend or a salary. We've had this happen a number of times where we've kind of got into the confusion of substitute motions. And frankly, the treatises on Robert's rules are a little inconsistent on this, but what we tried to indicate is that once there's a substitute motion, there can't be a substitute to the substitute motion. It can only be a substitute motion, and that substitute motion might be amended by a friendly amendment in the process, but there can't be a substitute to a substitute, because what happens in that process is it gets very confusing about what anybody's voting on. We have a current policy that requires the distribution of proposed motions by the city council when there's like a written motion that a council member wants to propose, and it currently called for the distribution, making it available on the dais 1 hour before the meeting. We wanted to make sure that it got actually made available to the city manager and to the city clerk and the city attorney for purposes of distribution, and also so that they know what the motion is going to be. And then we also provided for distributing that by email, because that's just the reality of the way people communicate today. Voting. On voting, right now, we have an indication, we have a requirement that roll call, action on roll call votes is taken by the voting lights, unless otherwise mandated by law or directed by the mayor. And as you know, we haven't actually used the voting rights in quite some time, and I think that's because the mayor, with every agenda item, says, "Will the clerk please call the roll?" And so that then causes the actual physical roll call rather than the use of the voting lights. The proposal was to switch that, and the switch was to have roll call votes of the 6 council members to be taken in reverse order of seniority. That is, the most junior council member would vote first, and the most senior council member would vote second to last, and then the mayor would vote last. And my fault, at some point in the process, I asked, well, what happens if you have 2 council members that are installed at the same election? How do you choose between them? And we went with alphabetical order for that. So that change in the policies isn't 100% consistent, or really consistent at all, with what is actually in the municipal code currently. So in order for that change to work, we needed an ordinance to make this change to the municipal code. The current municipal code requires that roll call votes, when you're not using the voting lights, be done in alphabetical order. And that's more or less what we're doing now. This change would mirror the policies and effectively call for voting in reverse seniority order, and then has the alphabetical requirement only lives in the policies. And let's see, on supplemental information, this sort of mirrors what happens with the motions and making sure that they get distributed to the city clerk. And in that case, the city manager and the city attorney. In this case, if there are, AV, PowerPoint presentations, materials that council members want to see displayed during a city council meeting, the current rule is 4 hours before the meeting. That rule isn't changing, but there is an indication that it should also those materials should also be made available to the city clerk and then Melissa, Director of Communications and Engagement. And these are the proposed actions, Mayor, that would implement all of those changes, subject to the proposed action number 1 relates to the speaking protocol. So if the council isn't inclined to do anything on that, then it would be just proposed actions 2, 3, and 4, after, I'm quite sure, some additional discussion. But if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, and I appreciate your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Melching. Are there questions? I can see Councilmember Liu, followed by Councilmember Martinez Franco, followed by Councilmember Treseder, and then Councilmember Mai. Looks like you hit the jackpot. Go ahead, please. Councilmember
Yeah, I
Liu.
don't envy anybody who has to do any more bylaw changes. So having done that many times with the organizations I've volunteered time with. I guess a few clarifications. First one will be about the agenda items. I understand that let's see, what is, no page numbers. I'm sorry. I guess about agenda 1A. So the new added line in consultation with the mayor. Yeah, no, so I understand that it is basically codifying what has been happening in practice. My concern is that are we just saying this will be, I understand that it says in consultation with the mayor, and we all have rights to insist that our agenda items or our memos gets agendized. But my concern is there is I guess there is a concern that it might be adding to the mayor's power. Not that, I have anything against, but I'm like a stickler with rules, and I like how things are, even if, anybody. And I would like to make sure that the rules are set the same way for everyone moving forward.
I'll try and be responsive to that. I don't think it was intended to be additive to the mayor's power. Of course, that's your prerogative to decide whether it is in the end, and I totally respect that. I think the words "in consultation with" were meant to leave the primary responsibility with the city manager and to acknowledge that there would be consultation with the mayor because the mayor is the presiding officer and runs the meeting. And so there was a sense to that. And I don't think that we did anything to deprive a council member of the ability to have their agenda items heard on the schedule. And I know as a matter of practice, there's sometimes discussions about can something be pushed back in order to make the agendas not go to midnight. My guess is that kind of conversation will still happen. But I don't think it was intended to enhance the mayor's power so much as recognize what was happening, and I don't think it was intended to diminish the rights of any council member either.
Okay, I just want to make it very clear that, it hasn't happened or anything. I just want to make sure we have the proper rules set up. And the other thing that I have a question with is the proposed change for voting order. I receive some feedback from the residents, and I tend to agree with that. This appears to be a little unnecessarily complicated with the reverse seniority order. To be honest, Walton, what happens, when do we start counting seniority, the last installed, or then what happens when you go through a re-election? Do we start anew, or you accumulate? So, I tend to agree that having alphabetical order is the most random and, in a way, the most fair way to have the voting order if we do choose to do a roll call vote. And the fact that the seniority is introduced, it doesn't make any sense to me it's an added layer of something that's quite frankly not broken. So I guess another clarification is to, what is our default, just to make sure that I am not reading this, I'm reading it correctly. Our default should be just to vote, all at the same time, right? And then the roll call will be kind of a substitute, right? Is that?
This is an instance where the current policies give really the discretion over this issue over to the mayor. Mm-hmm. I agree with you. When you read that, it definitely is specifying that the roll call votes will be taken by the voting lights, which would be simultaneous voting. Mm-hmm. But it then ends with unless otherwise directed or directed by the mayor. And so the mayor on any individual vote has the ability to direct a roll call vote, which would be in alphabetical order because that's, under the current rules, would be in alphabetical order because that's what's specified in the municipal code.
So even if we use the voting light, I'm assuming how we vote will be reported either way.
Yes.
Yes. So there's not too big of a concern about transparency.
No.
Okay. And that will be all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Thank you. Mine are not questions, but I'm going to put it easy. I'm going to vote no on these. And here's the thing. I oppose the 2-week advance memo submissions. I have a full-time job that I have to attend. Emerging issues come like this, and my brain doesn't work 2 weeks in advance. I have to think first in my work and then council member. And that is very unfair for people that has a full-time job outside city council. I do have a staff, but the ideas come from here. And my staff are the ones that are conducting all the rest of the work. But my ideas, I have to divide my ideas into my work. The voting procedures, electronic voting increases transparency, clarity, and public trust. Modern municipal councils commonly use electronic voting systems. As a matter of fact, all CFA, we use electronic system. And also, I feel like the only place that switched, it was mine with another council member, and there was no too many changes. So I'm gonna vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Franco, Councilmember Treseder, and then Councilmember Mai.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I just want to clarify again the context for this item. The context for this item is that I am sure that the mayor and Councilmember Carroll thought they were on the Policies and Procedures Subcommittee and thought that they had been given instruction to go over the event speaking procedure. In reality, they were on another subcommittee. Understandable, that might get mixed up, but the other subcommittee was for looking at staff interactions with council members. Is that correct? Like
Yes.
Did they do that? Did they come up with a policy for that?
I don't know.
Did you? Oh, Mayor, did you come up with a policy for that?
Staff interactions with council members?
It's related to the number of hours staff spends, and I'm unaware whether that policy got completed.
That was the subcommittee that you and Councilmember Carroll were voted on by the last council back in 2024.
And this was to recommend how much time staff spends on things?
To limit staff time.
To limit it.
Spent on council activities.
I don't even understand what that means. You mean on
Without
agendized
council
items?
approval, sorry.
You mean on agendized items?
Yes.
So just to jump back in, so this was back in 2024, from what I understand, as Mr. Melching detailed, that subcommittee, which Councilmember Carroll and Mayor Agran were appointed to by that council, it was to examine the protocols for council members interacting directly with other city staff, not their office staff, because there was some discussion about what would be best there. So we voted to create that subcommittee, and I was just asking, since that is the subcommittee that the mayor and Councilmember Carroll were voted on to, if that was produced, that policy. It sounds like it wasn't. Okay, so instead, we got this document here, which is the revision to the City Council Policies and Procedures, which I can understand. So they weren't voted on this subcommittee by the current council, and they were not given this charge by the current council, but they can act as two individual council members who agendize this on their own, and I agree that this should be heard in that sense. But now my question is, why is Mr. Melching the one who is presenting this and answering the questions from the council? Because Mr. Melching has been put in a position of, and this is nothing personal, I appreciate the work you're doing. He's been put in a position to advocate for this. By presenting it, it does give the impression that it is somewhat official, and it is not. These are two individual council members who are proposing this. And then as folks are asking for clarifications, or Mr. Melching is ending up defending this. And I don't think that if I were to come up with something of my own and put this on the agenda, I would not be asking Mr. Melching to come up and present it and answer the questions for me. So I just want to point that out, that this is unusual, and I'm a bit curious about how it came about. Thank you.
Do you want to answer that, Mr. Melching?
Yeah. Trying to collect my thoughts and start at the right point. The staff, the city manager, and I, and Michelle Grettenberg, and Rebecca, we all were involved in helping in this effort. And it may have been because the nature of the committee charge got jumbled, but for better or worse, that's what happened. And when I came here tonight, I frankly didn't think that I would be in the position to present. I can tell you that with limited exceptions, every item that comes before the council, staff tries to be prepared. They put a PowerPoint presentation together just in case it comes up, just in case they're asked to do it. And so that's really why I'm in the position of presenting tonight. And it's also why Carl ended up handing you on the fly copies of the PowerPoint presentation, because we didn't know whether it was going to go down this way. And I do apologize to the whole council to the extent I sound like I'm defending the work product, and I appreciate that that's how you heard it. I heard it myself. I said we a lot of times, and this is the work of the subcommittee, 2 council members that put it forward. I helped them with it, and I did not mean to come off as an advocate for it or against it. I respect that you all are the policymakers and the deciders.
Councilmember Mai.
Yes, thank you. I want to just make some comments here. I do like the electronic voting. I mean, I see this here, and I believe it was part of the council policy before. I just, wondering why we don't have that back. The second part is the speaking issue. I want to speak to that. When I, like many other colleagues here, we did over 300 events last year. And whenever we go to speak, and whenever I go to speak, I always introduce my colleagues and offer them a few moments to say a couple words. And I don't have a problem with that policy. I think it shows unity, it shows collaboration, and it shows respect. I would never want to limit anyone to speak, just to say a couple words. So, I don't see why we have a need for that portion in this item.
All right. What's the pleasure of the council?
Mr. Mayor, if I may just say, we do have members of the public who wish to speak.
All right. How many do we have?
We have 9.
9. That means each of them could have 3 minutes. I definitely don't want to be criticized for cutting anybody off. So let's go at it. 3 minutes each.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe Mona's gone home. If I could call forward Joanne, Wendy, Sandy L., Carol, Heidi, and Jay Bruce, it looks like, signed up twice. He was originally in person, but now he's on Zoom. So we'll start with Joanne.
Hi again. The procedural changes before you tonight may appear administrative, but together they significantly reshape how this council hears from the public and how power is exercised within this body, raising serious concerns about concentrating procedural authority in the office of the mayor, and that should concern both the public and every council member. District elections exist so residents can be heard directly by the council member elected to represent them. Pressuring residents to consolidate into a single spokesperson undermines district-based representation by preventing each council member from hearing the distinct voices of their own constituents and risks diminishing each resident's First Amendment right to speak directly to their elected representatives. We want you guys to represent us, and that requires hearing from us directly and then bringing those concerns forward through agenda items so we can hear your response as well, kind of like the easement I've been asking for. I agree with Councilmember Liu. Requiring council members to route agenda requests through the city manager in consultation with the mayor raises a governance concern. If the mayor can influence what items are placed on the agenda, council members cannot fully represent the priorities of their own districts. If council members can't hear directly from residents and can't freely place issues on the agenda, then district representation is weakened from both directions. Limiting cumulative public comment to a short block and pushing remaining speakers at the end of the meeting effectively prevents many residents from being heard at all. Mayor Agran's long service is very respected, but longevity should not translate into unilateral control over procedures that shape how this council and the public are heard. These revisions risk centralizing power instead of preserving equal governance and robust public participation. I urge careful reconsideration. Thank you so much.
Wendy?
Yeah, there has been so much confusion tonight. I actually, my suggestion is that this is not voted on tonight. What you voted on was the creation of a new subcommittee with 3 new members, and those members should be the ones that should now be looking at the policies. This is a document that was created by Councilmember Carroll, who didn't even agree with having a subcommittee tonight, and Mayor Agran, and I appreciate the work that went into it, but it wasn't even a valid subcommittee. So again, you did it as individual council members, and I agree. It seemed very inappropriate that city attorney, who's not on the committee but was presenting, that just seemed, there's just a lack of transparency tonight, a lot of confusion. There's a new subcommittee. Let's let the new subcommittee look at the policies. I have a lot of concerns, as other residents, I believe, do, who may not even be here, with the arbitrary nature of deciding public comment time now. It's not even based on number of commenters, the way I understand it. It's now up to the mayor, the presiding officer, to decide. And it could be he knows there are people coming to he or she to speak in favor, and so he might say they get 3 minutes, or he knows some are coming and not in favor, and he might say they get 90 seconds, but it's not based on number of speakers anymore, the way I read it. There are a lot of things that just look like they really did give additional power to the mayor, and I understand the mayor is the presiding officer, but we didn't vote for a mayor to have so much control and power. It's all equal voting, and I think that diminishes the control and the power of the other 6 council members that you have now. And so there was just a lot of concern that I saw. And again, now that we have a new subcommittee, seems to me the proper, most transparent thing to do is to turn these policies over to the new subcommittee and not vote on something that was created by a non-subcommittee. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Sandy L.
Thank you. I wish I could just say ditto, but I will speak.
You can.
I'll try to keep it short. I am very confused why the city attorney was up here doing the presentation, so I thank you, Councilwoman Treseder, for pointing that out. I'm confused about what's going on tonight. I don't know all the procedures, but this seems very out of whack, for lack of a better word. We have a council manager form of government, and the legislative authority rests with the council collectively. The mayor is the presiding officer, but he's not the chief executive. Several redlined discretionary authority were put into the hands of the mayor, including time allocation, sequencing, and speaking control. And while the Brown Act does permit reasonable time limits, those limits must be content neutral and not used to consolidate influence. In a council manager's system, procedural neutrality protects minority council votes. When control over speaking time, sequencing, and voting order is centralized, it risks altering the balance intended by this governance model. Procedure must facilitate deliberation, not constrain it. Why is this control being undermined and consolidated in the hands of the mayor? This will lead to distrust as well as undermining the legitimacy of what is accomplished here. I am rooting for Irvine to thrive and for this council, which is made up of duly elected individuals, to lead us in the manner which is fair and ethical. Wasn't that one of the purposes of moving to a district form organization council so that all residents of Irvine can be heard through council members? Please preserve institutional balance and don't adopt these changes, and it don't sound like they are appropriate anyway to be considered tonight, and keep this a council manager chamber as required by the Irvine Code. Thank you.
Carol?
Well, I had to throw out my speech and start over because that was really terribly confusing, and let me explain why. 5.1 was a consideration of a request by Councilmember Treseder. 5.2 said it was City Council Policies and Procedures Subcommittee recommendation. It didn't say Councilmember Carroll, Councilmember Agran's recommendation. It said subcommittee. So were we not telling the truth to the public? Were we trying to obfuscate the fact that a subcommittee got canceled or never existed? And then to make matters worse, did we bring up the city attorney to give some sort of credence to this? Like, yeah, there's no subcommittee, but the city attorney is speaking to it, so therefore we should all listen. I also don't remember him being an elected official. So he's either staff and giving a staff report, and then this 5.2 should have been consideration of a request, which it wasn't, or magically he's council member number 8 and sat on the subcommittee too, and he kept using the word we, which is tremendously confusing to me. This was exactly the point we were making in 5.1. The public has a right to understand what's going on in the city and city affairs, and council, I really want to say to you, this is a council manager form of government. I want to empower all of you that you're equal to the mayor. He has the gavel, but your voice matters to all of us. You're representing your district, you're representing the city, and right now, the concept where he's saying that, you know, there's these issues about an agenda item that you all don't know how to manage your time. That's not true. You guys are all responsible adults. If the staff says to you, we need more time, you will say, no problem. We'll give you more time. I'll bump it to another week. Why is he suddenly deciding that he needs his eyes on every agenda item? That's a power grab. That's because he wants to make sure how it gets set up in the system. Again, the management, the city is council manager system, not a mayor manager system. So that's the other part of it. It's just extremely disappointing time and time again to not feel like there's transparency at the city. My original speech I had is that when you come to give public comments, you put your name into this black box out here. The DMV has more transparency. At the DMV, you know what number you are, if you're next in line. Here, if the presiding officer decides that there's a commissioner he wants to hear, they'll go before you. And various other things that we've seen. We have to stop with this. There's more people who care about transparency now on the dais. Please make it so. It's exhausting. It's embarrassing. Tonight, this was embarrassing. Mr. Melching, I'm sure that you didn't intend to make it look like this, but this was not a good night.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, council members, Mayor Agran. With regard to agenda items, before you bring them to be put on the agenda, perhaps you should run them through your commissions and have them contemplated fully, and have your commission members, your staff, evaluate what you're proposing and see if it runs through the commission before you submit it to agenda. Once again, Betty Franco shows that she's not qualified to be a commissioner. Her work comes before her commission, her council work. That's not how it works, Betty. That's not how it works. And once again, you admit that you're not qualified to do the job that you put yourself out to. It's not confusing. Once again, Wendy Boccato does not follow the municipal code. The municipal code identifies the mayor as the presiding officer. He gets to control the agenda. He did not follow the municipal code with regard to my time on 5.1. I was entitled to 3 minutes. I was number 10 or number 9 or number 8 in the queue originally. But none of you said anything. Now he's following that. You guys are not doing what you're supposed to do. And guess what? You guys are the subcommittee for the policies and procedures. Mayor Khan changed how public comments were run for agendized items and non-agendized items. Her and Kuku, Kim, remember that? They're the ones that proposed the change, and you guys voted for it. You guys are the subcommittee. You don't need a subcommittee, because guess what? You don't have to follow the subcommittee. You guys are the subcommittee. You guys control the policies and procedures. Why would you need to carry that off to another group? And Mayor Agran and Mike Carroll, they get to put this on the agenda item regardless of the subcommittee. There's no confusion. That's their prerogative. They're council members. They were voted to do this job. This is what they're supposed to do. And for the most part, it was good. And it doesn't matter that Melching was the one that proposed it. He's the city attorney. He's the one that's going over the changes in the municipal code. Who else is supposed to do that? He's not a judge, so when he speaks, it doesn't have any weight. He's an attorney. Who else is supposed to do that for the city? You want the council members to do that? That looks even worse. Come on. What the hell are you guys doing? And what are you allowing to be done? It's enough already. This is absurd. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jay Bruce. Jay, you may unmute your mic.
Hey, I don't have as extreme views as some of the other public commenters. I think it's good to review council policies every once in a while. Specifically, I had a few questions similar to Councilmember Liu's thoughts with regard to the seniority for roll call vote. That one did seem like a bit of an odd one out. It wasn't really clear to me with the language that was used in the red line proposal of how seniority would be determined. If it would be based on what would happen? Would it specifically be consecutive seniority, or would non-consecutive terms contribute to a council member's seniority? I think that could be more clearly defined, perhaps be something more fully discussed by the council, just so we're clear moving forward with these policies. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mona. Mona, you may unmute your mic. Mona, can you hear us?
Yep, yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. This is, and thank you for letting me speak, by the way. I had to get in and get myself onto the Zoom. Yes, there's some parts of it that are confusing, but I'm listening to other people speak. It's not about the lack of transparency. I don't know why we keep on getting this lack of transparency. It just happens to come from the DEI aspect of things, those people. I do have a concern because this is an item that's coming up like this really late, and a lot of people have left, and this affects a lot of people that will come and want to do public comment. So I think, and I don't have a problem with Mr. Melching doing the presentation, because he actually very clarified what he was doing. He's not a member of the council, but he was doing this. I do think that this should come up again and be put to the public when people are there and have them speak about it. But when it's so late in the agenda, it's very hard. The limitation of the amount that we speak, I noticed that we've been going to 2 minutes anyway. So that was something that was concerning because it stated 3 minutes, but we get 2. And I just want you guys to work together, ultimately. I don't care whether the vote is seniority or not, but clarification on is it, accumulated seniority or not. I don't feel that the mayor is the one who's controlling the whole thing, but I do think that this should be, again, presented to when people are at City Council. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Our last speaker is Mom. You may unmute your mic.
Council members, the proposed ordinance 26, with number to be added, amends section 1-2-316 to codify reverse seniority voting with the presiding officer voting last. On paper, that may seem procedural. In practice, voting order influences deliberation dynamics. Political science literature and municipal best practices recognize that last voting advantage can shape perception, momentum, and political signaling. In a mayor-council city, that influence may be expected. In a council-manager city, such as Irvine, it should be carefully scrutinized. No single member should structurally benefit from procedural sequencing. If this body wishes to alter voting mechanics, it should do so by allowing the use of the voting buttons the taxpayer money went into creating on your lovely dais, but that are never used. Procedure must not become subtle leverage. Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. Let me speak just a little bit here. I've been taking some notes, and in no particular order, let me address a number of things. First of all, I want to disabuse anyone out there who thinks that we stack the order of people who want to make a public comment. Mr. Peterson, I hope you'll confirm this, that as people submit requests to be heard on an item, you take them in the order submitted, and we take first those who are present in person. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor, with the exception, of course, of those who have videos. They would go last, regardless of whether they're in person or on Zoom, but yes.
And when it comes in on Zoom, we just take them as they come. I have heard the request a few times that people who are participating electronically would like to know how far down they are in the queue. And I guess they'd like a number that's been suggested here or whatever. I have no problem with that, but electronically it's easier said than done. That's what you told me, right?
If you're talking about, are you talking about virtual speakers?
Yes.
That can be difficult sometimes. Sometimes you'll have somebody that's having technical difficulties. I'll see a hand go up, go down. Sometimes it's a connectivity issue. I don't necessarily know when there's an issue with Zoom, but that can be challenging at times.
But nobody has told you, certainly I haven't, to call them in a certain order, rearrange the order. Once in a while there might be a request somebody has, they've got to catch a plane or something, and they appeal to you and you pass a note to me, but the regular order of things is as they come in, correct?
Correct.
All right. As far as the time sequencing, there are people who are left here who remember when we were taking public comment for non-agendized items in the aftermath of the October 7th, 2023 massacre and the ensuing war. The council chamber was filled with people. And that was Mayor Khan at the time, who struggled with how to handle all that. And then we began to develop kind of the idea that there'd be a certain limited time at the front end. By state law, we're required to take up to a half hour, right? If there are requests to be heard. We're required by state law under non-agendized items. We can take more.
We can take more, and we could take less than a half hour, too. We just have to give a fair amount of time for everybody to speak.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, when fewer than 10 speakers want to be heard, they all get, the idea was to get this into a 30-minute block. Fewer than 10 on any item, they get 3 minutes. People come in after the first speaker, they're limited to 90 seconds. All right. We have kind of evolved this system over time so that my preference is, let's figure out a way that everybody can be heard and council members aren't screaming at me after meetings, oh my God, this thing went to 1:30 in the morning, I can't stand that, you gotta do something. So what do? I ask you how many speakers there are. We never go below 90 seconds for anybody. We typically give them 2 minutes, up to 3 minutes. Well, if they're more than 10, we then lower it. The idea being to get it into a reasonable time frame. The rules apply across the board to everybody. Until tonight, I've never been accused of giving somebody 2 minutes because I like what they say and somebody else I don't even know what order they're submitted. So I take a little bit of umbrage at that. And it's always a tough balance up here. You want to hear all voices, and yet we want to conduct our business, and figuring out how to do that is the challenge that any presiding officer faces. I try to do the best I can. On this matter of putting things on the agenda, I hope people in the audience who are still here remember the really bad old days when Tammy Kim conspired with others to say that you can't even get a matter on the agenda unless another council member signs on with you. I complained about that, the public complained about that for years. It was extremely unpopular, rule of two. And I was the one who said any council member who wants to get something on the agenda ought to be able to get that matter on the agenda in a reasonable amount of time. Well, reasonable has turned out under our rules here to be, you can get it on the next week's council agenda, as long as it's submitted 7 days before. And what we have found is through, I think, pretty bad practices, bad habits, bad work habits on the part of this larger council, that items are being submitted literally at 11:59 a.m. on the Tuesday before the council meeting, leaving it to our city clerk and to others on staff to somehow get that agenda up and out by Tuesday night. Is that correct?
Correct, Mayor.
When I get a big binder, a lot of it is actually put together that afternoon and evening because of late filings. And truth be known, a lot of things submitted, they aren't even half-baked. They're not thought through at all. And we've gotten into the bad practice of, well, okay, let's pull it off the agenda. Let's send out an errata that the agenda's changed because staff work hasn't been done, or somebody wishes they had worded it differently, or whatever. So the idea of backing this process up a little bit, anytime somebody wants to get something on the agenda, I can promise you, we will get it on the agenda. But give us the time to make sure that appropriate staff work is done and that it winds up on the agenda in a form that is comprehensible and that allows us to do quality business here. Let me say something about lights. I have voted every which way. Roll call in this order, that order. This afternoon, I guess we had a roll call vote at the Great Park Board meeting because my name starts with an A, I voted first. I kind of don't care if it's alphabetical, if it's reverse seniority order. I do think a roll call vote is preferable to voting electronically. I have, in my experience, watched people vote electronically. First of all, people at home don't know what's going on when you vote electronically until it's announced. And I've seen people who are very, very slow to push the button because they want to see how everybody else voted, and then they push the button. So every system has its benefits. Every system has its difficulties. And the only reason we went to reverse seniority was because Councilmember Carroll, it's his right, objected. Said, well, you know, why do I have to go first? I understand that's a reasonable objection. Okay, let's switch it around. Reverse seniority. It doesn't matter to me. But the notion here that somebody's trying to play games, things aren't transparent, there's malevolent intent here, that frankly is out of place, it's objectionable, it's untrue. Let me also just address one last item. Mr. Melching's our city attorney. The idea that he's being dragged in here as an advocate is just nonsense. And I think the people who have voiced that objection know it's nonsense. He's part of our city staff. Excuse me. The idea that Mr. Melching is somehow a co-opted advocate for these policies is just nonsense. He sat with our committee, our group of two, with the others. For what purpose? To advise us. For example, who would have thought that the whole voting procedure, it's governed by state law and local law, and we have to have an ordinance change and all this business. We sought advice from him, and he participated in 2 or 3 meetings that we had, and translated some of our discussion into policy proposals that he described tonight. I thought he did a very good job of describing them, certainly much better than even Councilmember Carroll and I could have. So let me just exonerate him in the face of, I think, misplaced accusations. And finally, here we are. It's well after 11 o'clock. I'm going to make this easy. I'm going to move that we table this item indefinitely and let the new committee go about its business.
Second.
A motion to table is not debatable. Would the clerk please call the roll in whatever order you want?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agran.
Yes.
Carries 7-0.
Excellent. We can move on to item 5.4. Would the clerk please identify this item by title, please?
Consideration of a request by Councilmember Martinez Franco to discuss the establishment of an Orange County Fire Authority office at City Hall.
Very well. Councilmember Treseder, would you like to, Councilmember Martinez Franco, would you like to introduce this item?
Thank you, and I promise I make it fast. I want to begin with a simple but a powerful reminder. In 2018, when the Camp Fire devastated the town of Paradise, local leadership faced one of the most catastrophic wildfire emergencies in California history. Entire neighborhoods were overrun in hours. Evacuations had to be coordinated street by street. Police, fire, and city leadership were forced into continuous real-time decision-making under extreme pressure. Emergency management professionals consistently emphasize one principle: proximity of leadership saves time, and time saves lives. That lesson has been repeated across California, including in a large-scale incidents in Los Angeles, where unified coordination between the Los Angeles Fire Department, police leadership, and City Hall proved critical during wildfire responses. Now, let me bring this home. Irvine is the 12th largest city in California. More than 300 people call this city home. We are one of the highest contributors of property tax revenue to the Orange County Fire Authority. Our residents invest heavily in public safety, and they should expect the very best operational structure in return. Division Chief Nick Freeman is responsible for fire operations in our area. He's at City Hall regularly. He works with our staff. He supports our planning, but he does not have a permanent office in the building where executive decisions are made. So, dear Mayor and distinguished colleagues, think about the following question. If a major wildfire, earthquake, or regional emergency strikes our city, what will we tell our residents? That fire leadership is somewhere down the street, fighting traffic and hoping to arrive at City Hall in time? Or that our fire chief is already down the hall, seated with Chief Ken and our city manager, activating emergency operations without delay? This is not about prestige or optics. It is about being ready. Our residents deserve to know that when the unthinkable happens, their leaders are already aligned and already coordinated and already working side by side. So I'm going to present the motion that I want to have here. Therefore, I'm bringing forward a motion to direct the city manager and staff to designate and prepare an existing office space within City Hall for OCFA Division Chief Nick Freeman and his team within 30 days. Staff shall shall work with Chief Freeman to finalize workspace requirements and ensure a space supports that supports OCFA's mission in Irvine.
Second.
There's a motion and a second before us. Are there any requests from public speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have 3 requests to speak.
All right. Are they all remote or any of them here?
All the folks that were here in person have gone, but there's 3 requests on Zoom.
All right. Before we take those, let me ask council members if they have questions or comments before we hear from public speakers. I don't see any requests. Let me ask a couple, if I might. Was this taken up with you in advance of its being put on the agenda, Mr. Crombie?
Staff has not talked to OCFA about this.
Okay. But was this item taken up with you by Councilmember?
It was. I think
Martinez,
maybe a
Franco.
day or two before the deadline. She mentioned it.
All right. And it was put on right at the last minute. And I think the proposal has some merit, but I've got some questions about it that I'd like to direct to you. How do you feel about this idea?
Well, I'm interested in learning what it is that OCFA exactly wants. And so very interested in taking a meeting with them to learn their needs, to see what we can do about that.
So OCFA has not spoken to you about it?
I spoke for 10 seconds with Battalion Chief Freeman earlier tonight, and that was the first time we talked about it, and we agreed to talk more in the future.
Does he like the idea?
He does.
All right. Let me also ask, is the idea, and I'm happy to have you respond, Councilmember Martinez Franco, is the idea that this would be located in the public safety department of our city or elsewhere at City Hall?
No, well, as a matter of fact, instead of wondering, we have Chief Freeman here, and he can come and speak if you guys have any questions about the needs of what OCFA will need and how they will collaborate with the city. But the idea it is to put him somewhere here in City Hall. But if anyone has any questions directly to that, how OCFA will...
Would you like to come forward, Chief?
Good evening, Mayor Agran, Council.
Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We are absolutely open to entertaining any further discussion with city staff as to what opportunities may exist here at the city. I don't want to get too far ahead of specifics because we kind of have to see what's even available to us. But at baseline, it would be essentially 3 workspaces for myself and staff.
And right now, your office is at the police station that is, I guess, a 5 or 10 minute walk from City Hall. Is that correct?
No, sir. My office is currently over by the Irvine Spectrum.
Oh, okay. So your office now at Spectrum?
That's correct.
All right. And does OCFA pay rent to the Irvine company for that space, or is it owned by
It's out at one of our fire stations that had the space for myself and my staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was misled. I thought that you were at the Barranca fire station.
No, sir. We've outgrown that station. There was no longer space for me and my staff.
Okay.
Which is why we made the move.
And how much time do you spend at the headquarters at Jamboree and Portola, basically?
Not too much, to be frank. Most of my time is spent here in the city. We do have routine meetings with our executive team, once or twice a month, and then our board meetings as well, and then occasional trips for various purposes, but most of my time is spent here in the city.
Okay. Would you find it advantageous to be located here at the city?
I think there's a convenience factor there. It takes a little bit of time for me to get back and forth from my office over by the Spectrum to City Hall for various staff meetings, council, cert graduations, you name it. So there would be some benefit. And to the Councilwoman's point, the City Emergency Operations Center is here at City Hall. And if we had a major incident, myself and my staff would have to drive here to unify with our partners.
All right. If you just hang on there for a moment, let me just turn to our city manager. So do we have space at City Hall?
I think we'll immediately start looking for space, and I'm happy to report back to council.
Okay, well, your voice is barely holding
I apologize.
on. I've only got one or two more questions.
I apologize.
If we were to make space available, I trust, since we're humongous donors as a donor city to OCFA, I trust we would charge rent for that facility, would we not?
I'm happy to broach that subject with Mr. Freeman.
Yeah, we can have that conversation as we move forward in this process.
All right. I think the motion which refers this matter to you, does it not?
I believe so.
Could you read the motion again? Because I think it has a wide enough ambit here to be giving direction to the city manager to explore some of these things.
Mayor, through you, if I could defer to Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Thank you.
I am bringing forward a motion to direct the city manager and staff to designate and prepare an existing office space within City Hall for OCFA Division Chief Nick Freeman and his team within 30 days. Staff shall work with Chief Freeman to finalize workspace requirements and ensure space supports OCFA's mission in Irvine.
Is it fair to say that's direction to the city manager, who will then kind of bring back the product of your discussions, rather than just give you guys the authority to implement something without us seeing it again?
No, because there is no budget allocation on this one. There's no need. The proposal does not require new construction. It does not require purchasing a property. It does not require expanding City Hall. It directs staff to designate and prepare existing office space. The cost is minimal compared to the scale to the financial and human cost of delayed coordination during a major emergency. And let me emphasize, if there is an earthquake where all the buildings are completely destroyed and there is no communications, Chief will have trouble getting to City Hall to coordinate with Chief Kent, traffic, and all the emergency services. So we cannot play with safety. If we can justify millions for infrastructure, we can justify workspace for the senior fire official responsible for protecting our city. So, yeah, no.
Well, I, for one, want to see this again. I look forward to our city manager and the chief talking this over. I can see potential benefits, obviously making it work in terms of office space and in terms of compensation, if any, back to the city for that space. That's something I want to see again. I'm just not going to vote for something that's kind of a blank check. So I would hope, council member, that you would ask the city manager to be coming back to us before any deal is finalized, so we at least know what the deal is.
Is that a substitute motion?
Is that what?
A substitute motion?
No, it's just a friendly interpretation of the intent of your motion.
No, that's not what
Okay.
my motion said.
Thanks. Very well. Let me make one thing very, very clear. I appreciated what you said at the beginning of your statement, that frankly, it is outrageous that our residents and businesses put in roughly $160, $170 million in property taxes every year that goes to OCFA, and we get back roughly half that in services. We're a donor city in the extreme, and actually, when you play it out, it winds up on average costing our taxpayers, our residential taxpayers, about $500 a year in extra property taxes by virtue of the fact that we're this monumentally excessive donor city. That's not your fault, Chief. That's just kind of the way things have evolved over the years. But maybe it's just symbolic. I don't want to be in a position where we give up space, and even though it's largely symbolic, may involve some tens of thousands of dollars, I think in terms of service, we ought to be getting back rent for that space. Moreover, I'm going to say something else here that troubles me a great deal. We're so sadly underrepresented on the fire authority. What are there, 24 participating cities, something like that? We're one vote. One vote, and I don't know, we put in maybe a third of the money for the whole agency. That's out of whack as well. And I would hope that greater consideration would be given to Irvine and services for Irvine. And I'm going to add one other thing, which is that when we appoint somebody who is our appointee to OCFA to represent our city and our interests and our needs, I want that appointee to be advocating for Irvine all the time. And I'm a little concerned in this whole configuration that in trying to represent us, historically, those who have been our appointees have used the OCFA to get firefighter union money in amounts that are unbelievable locally. Tammy Kim, who was our appointee, spent her time there not advocating for Irvine, but soliciting campaign contributions from the firefighters that amounted to $300,000, more than $300,000 in the last election. And others up here at this dais have taken $10,000 and $15,000 and $20,000 donations from the firefighters. And if somehow your being at City Hall can help us with the business of protecting the people of this city and not be kind of an opening wedge for cozy relationships, particularly with the firefighters union, I welcome it. I welcome it. But as things have gone in recent years, it's been very, very troubling as to how we have participated and how we have been treated as a city in this over-politicized environment. So I'm going to be voting no, Councilmember Martinez Franco, not because I think it's a bad idea, but for heaven's sakes, whatever the deal is that you guys negotiate, I want to see it back at this dais. You're talking about our space, our resources here. This is an important matter, and we ought to see what kind of negotiated plan you come up with, and that you didn't agree to grant me that suggestion, Councilmember Martinez Franco. I'm just going to have to vote no at this stage. Anything else? Councilmembers Liu, Treseder, and Martinez Franco.
Just a few questions to see what you needed here and why it's important. I guess Mayor alluded to the fact that you are, or asked you about that where your current office is. It's the Spectrum. It's about 15 minutes away from City Hall, and the headquarters is another 15 minutes away. I tend to agree that being here in proximity makes it a little easier for you to coordinate, and I will welcome the idea. But I just want you to be able to maybe tell us who all do you intend to bring to City Hall, and so we all know what we're voting on.
Yeah, absolutely. So it would probably include myself, my division operations captain, and my executive assistant.
And is there anybody here currently that is helping with the planning or anything like that? I understand that part of the planning process or proposal involves some of the fire regulations advice.
Yeah, we're working with staff to bring our fire prevention plan checkers back into the city. They had been pulled out during COVID, and we're just returning it to the way it was.
And will they be taking up another office space, or they're just going to be part of the department?
My understanding, and we're still kind of working through details, it'll be just part of the department as they were in the past.
They will be taking space within the community development department.
Okay, so we're talking about putting 3 more people here from
currently
this
just one,
proposal.
I believe.
So that would be representation at the counter, and then probably 1 or 2 cubicles.
I see. Okay. Well, I mean, whether this is going to be substantial enough to justify rent, I agree that we are a donor city. Maybe this rent is not as important as getting other resources, but, that's for another day's discussion. But I think it is important for you to be here so it's easier for you to coordinate. So for that reason, I will support this memo.
Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. So first, I would like to thank Councilmember Martinez Franco for bringing this forward. It seems like a no-brainer. So of course, I'm going to support it. I also want to mention to the chief that I appreciate the fact that you're here. In addition to your normal daily tasks of risking your life for us, you have to sit through all of these council meetings every other Tuesday, and I wouldn't do it if I didn't have to, so thank you. I also want to say that it is in our best interest. This is not charity. It's in our best interest to have our division chief here at City Hall in case something goes down, instead of the chief trying to get him over radio or however he might be able to get to him, he can just walk down the hall. And this can be very, very important, and again, can save lives. I think this is very important for ensuring the safety of our city. Now, in exchange for this, all they're asking for is some office space, which we have. The city manager has said that he can make it work. I think that charging them rent is, I'm trying to figure out a way to say this that won't upset somebody, but it just seems spiteful. It seems spiteful and curmudgeonly. And why not just say, thank you. Thank you for serving us. Thank you so much. This is going to help us out a lot. Appreciate you being willing to be here. And I just want to say that the firefighting unit has not given me a single dime, and I'm still advocating for this. And I also want to mention that I think it's a bit unfair to make presumptions about why people are voting the way that they are, and also dressing down past representatives for perceived slights. We are dealing with the present. I don't know why a past representative would be relevant. And as far as I can tell, Councilmember Martinez Franco has represented our interests very ably and diligently, and that is one of the reasons that she is bringing this here. And so just overall, I'm happy to support this. I don't see any reason for them to bring it back. Assigning office space is something that the city manager can do very well. He's been doing it now for some time. I have confidence that he's going to be able to pull it off. I don't feel like I need to see what room they're going to be staying at. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez Franco, I think you'll have the last word, and then we'll go to a vote.
Yeah, there is public comment. Thank you so much for
Oh, I'm
mentioning.
sorry, we haven't heard from the public yet.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, and thank you so much, Chief, for coming and staying until now. I mean, a lot of our assistant city managers can go upstairs and watch the city council through TV. They can go in the back and eat food because they are here. It's only fair that you are here, you are working for us. So why not having the same privileges that our city manager has as well? The other thing that I wanted to clarify for the few people that are still watching, that the taxes, if we want to fight those taxes, we need to fight the state, first of all. Then we need to go to the county who assesses the taxes. It's not OCFA's fault that we are paying so much money. I don't know why are we taking it with OCFA. When I started hearing that, oh yeah, OCFA is the bad guy, it's like, okay, let me investigate. This is one of the reasons I wanted to be in the board, because I wanted to really make sure that we get our services. But I see your guys are always in all the events, covering all the events, along with our police department. You guys are doing such a great job. You guys are working together very well. So the fact that, yes, we might need more services, and we continue talking, and this is why we are talking now, and we want to bring you so you can update us on all the services that we are getting to Irvine. But to say that OCFA is taking all the money, it's not. I don't think it's completely fair. I think if we want to do the taxes and go reduce the taxes that we give to OCFA, we need to fight the county. that's it. So, we can go to public comments. Sorry.
Thank you. Councilmember Mai.
Yeah, no problem.
Public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just had a quick question. I actually was under the impression that your office was off of Barranca right here as well. I didn't know it was at the Spectrum. You're a battalion chief, and which stations do you have specifically? I know you have a few of them that you oversee.
So I'm a division chief. I have oversee 6 battalion chiefs, total of 12 fire stations here in Irvine. One of those is also John Wayne Airport. So I've got about 200 personnel full-time I oversee.
200 personnel and 6 battalion chiefs under you?
Under me, correct.
Wow, okay. And would you find this beneficial to have a location centralized here versus at the Irvine Spectrum?
Well, for the response to like an EOC or something of that, that is definitely more convenient in that respect. And I think to some of the comments I've heard, just being more present and available for either council or for staff to answer any questions or be support in any way, that's always a benefit.
Great, and I do appreciate you being here every council meeting with us until the very end as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. All right, that concludes comment from the dais. We have a motion that is properly before us. Oh, that's right, public comment. How many do we have left? 3?
Thank you, Mayor. We actually have 4 via Zoom.
4?
4.
And you closed the queue now, didn't you?
I will close the queue if that's your request.
Please, yes.
Okay.
With 4 speakers, they're each allowed 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll start with Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you very much. Council members, Mayor Agran. First of all, the county started the fire in the north part of the Irvine. If I'm not incorrect, it was OC Public Works that was responsible for the fire that Betty Franco is referring to. It just looks wrong that the first thing that Betty Franco proposes for the OCFA occurs after she's appointed to that board. Let me say that I thank Chief Freeman for speaking. I wish he would have brought this to the mayor's attention that he needed office space. But if there's an emergency, what the county will do is they'll set up a mobile unit where the chief will be commanding from. Why don't we trade the library space? Why don't we get the library space in exchange for the office space in City Hall? I just don't get it. I mean, OCFA gave $300,000 to a council member that is now claiming that she was crazy while she was on the council. Just think about that. Wrap your head around that. And this is the reward we're giving them? Free office space? Look, when we need space from them, when we need their land, we pay. We pay for the OCFA out of our ASS, right? I mean, what this proposal really leads me to believe is that Irvine, like Newport, should have their own fire department. So they have control of what happens in the boundaries of Irvine. This just looks wrong. It has the appearance of impropriety. It looks like somebody's trying to curry favor with the OCFA. And it looks like she's representing the OCFA, not us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dee Dee. You may unmute your mic.
Hello. Thank you for bringing this up, Councilmember Martinez, because this is, I think, one of the most important issues we need to cover, sooner rather than later, and we did in 2004 in depth. Please go do your homework, check all the analysis that the staff did in 2024. I think it was around August, and the stat and the analysis, it's on the video. It's about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. When you listen to it, we give actually much more than $150, $160 million a year, because they get, on top of that, a percentage of our tax and some other fee. It's astronomical amount. They take something around 18 to 20% of our entire tax revenue. It's bigger than the school district, bigger than any other organization. And on top of that, they try to meddle with our election, which is unbelievable. And you know what? People voted no to that. We're sick and tired of OCFA not only sucking up all our tax money, then trying to buy up our election with the most corrupt council member who is now charged with 10 federal crimes. And you're trying to now move into the city hall? It's unbelievable. Do you really think Irvine residents are just going to sit here and accept that? And be careful who you line with. If you're there as a representative for the people, whatever OCFA tells you, do your research several times. Speak to people who have seen it evolve for the last how many ever years. You mentioned, what if there's an earthquake? How can he communicate with the chief of police? Well, then should he move in with the chief of police in his house? This is total, it's not even logical. That money that OCFA takes can be used for so many things to better the lives of people here. And this type of corruption that they try to do, each person can only donate up to $650, but they donated over $300,000? That's outrageous. We are not going to accept this. And we see through it. And please don't fall for this. And if you continue doing that, we're going to vote you out every time. We're watching. We pay attention. We do our homework. And I hope as a council member, all of you, do your homework, do your job, do your research. Don't fall for special interest.
Our next speaker is Mona. Mona, you may unmute your mic.
Here we are, close to midnight, huh? I do have an issue with OCFA being at City Hall. First of all, what did they promise you, Betty? What did they promise Treseder? You know, you guys are up for re-election. Melinda, same way. Did they promise you the same, same favors as they did Tammy Kim? Because I agree with the mayor. The mayor said all the numbers. The thing is, when you look at it and you have to think about, this is an entity that actually tried to mess around with our local elections. If OCFA, it's the OC Fire Authority, it's supposed to be for Orange County. Why are they meddling in Irvine? So that's not acceptable. And if you really want a fire, our own fire department, hell yes, we can afford a fire department if we're giving out $160 million. Can you imagine how we would pay our own firefighters? There's nothing that prevents our police department, which is very, very well equipped, from having MOUs. A perfect example would be, let me see, the UCI encampment. When 24 to 25 different police departments showed up to arrest little kids. So, MOUs work. Why don't we take our $150 million, $160 million, and put it towards paying our own firefighters here in Irvine, and instead of let's open up an office for him, let's bring him into the city. I'm sorry, you're talking about 10-minute drive, 10, 15 minutes. In an emergency, he can't get out of City Hall, nor can you. An earthquake happens, what? Is his communication going to be different? No. That's why we have dispatchers. That's why we have all of that. It's not about proximity to you. But my question right now, which questions everybody's motives, is, are you being promised something by OCFA? Because they're not trustworthy right now. They should be put on notice for a couple of years until we figure out where they stand and how they handle themselves.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our last speaker is Jay Bruce. Jay, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, City Council members. Just wanted to start to say I appreciate the firefighters' work, and I understand that having an office space at City Hall could be more convenient. But I just don't really understand if there is any space. I mean, of course, if this gets approved, the city manager is going to make it work because that's his job. But I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. There's not even enough space for city staff. That's why we moved a whole bunch of departments to Civic Center West and bought that whole property because our own city staff were outgrowing City Hall. So, I mean, if you want to move in OCFA, then who's going to have to move out to make space? And to that point, I mean, it's a hard truth, but I think it's a good point for Ren because the OCFA is in an interesting negotiating position where the city is giving more to OCFA, maybe not giving more office space, but giving actual tax dollars. And it is true that it's not OCFA staff's fault that we're paying more, but the county's the one that will have to pay and approve the rent if we do impose that. And so if the county wants the office at City Hall, then they can choose to pay for it. Or, I don't say this often, but Mr. Mashani actually makes a good point that they could choose maybe to extend the lease for Katie Wheeler in University Park or sell us the land for University Park as Councilmember Martinez Franco wants. Frankly, the county's not been the most cooperative with the city, and I think it's not wrong to consider that we might not want to give the county additional free favors when they really don't seem too necessary to me. They could even take away from city staff. You know, it's not wrong to think maybe there's more OCFA could give in exchange for this office space. Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
Well, thank you. We appreciate those members of the public who stayed up this late to add their comments to our proceedings. I see two council members wish to be recognized. Councilmember Martinez Franco. And Councilmember Liu, did you take your name off? You're not speaking. Okay. Councilmember Martinez Franco, you will have the last word, and then we'll take a roll call vote.
Okay, I just want to address what the community was saying, and just a question to Mr. Crombie. When was the last time we had a chief here at City Hall, or we never had a chief here in City Hall?
Do you know?
I don't have an exact date, but we did have a division chief who worked out of City Hall in the early 2000s. I want to say they moved out maybe 2005, 2006, but don't entirely hold me to that number. But kind of as was mentioned, the opportunity and space wasn't available, so we moved out.
Yeah, it was COVID-19, right? Before.
Well, so I apologize. I don't know about the chief. What we had was Plan Check Services incorporated into our community development that left in 2019.
Correct. Yeah, that's two separate. I'm sorry.
Two separate. Okay. And I want to address also the comments from the community. Of course, the fire has promised us something, not just to 3 council members, to the entire community, to protect us. Just like our police department has sworn to protect us, our fire department has offered protection. And that's what it was offered. For me, politics, I just started on this. I've never been in politics, so I don't know until people start telling me what is happening or what happened in the past. For me, I'm starting from zero. For me, the emergency services are what is most important. My district has one of the oldest communities that we can have, and to read what happened in Paradise, that a lot of people, elderly people, couldn't get out of their homes because they didn't have the mobility, they didn't have a plan in place, and this is why, because the chief were not part of the table, he wasn't part of the decision making, and if they have these kind of meetings and he's here as a part of the planning and emergencies, we are going to have a better evacuation orders when we have something happening. But I am going to finish it so I don't continue on this, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Franco. Before calling the roll, let me just take a moment to say, Chief, I didn't say so as a part of my statement of frustration, but we appreciate personally what you have done for the city, not only attending our meetings here, but consulting with us on matters of importance. And my expressions of frustration are not to be interpreted as personal in any way. You know that. Thank you very much. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agran.
No.
Motion carries 6-1 with Mayor Agran voting no.
Thank you. I think we have concluded our business for the night and early morning. And with that, I'll move that we adjourn.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agran.
Yes. Meeting's adjourned.
7-0.